drinky. Hang on, I'm moving the microphone. Hang on, wait, that one. Good. Hey gang, how's it going? Saturday is upon us again, and I haven't looked at the number, but I imagine it's a little lighter than usual because England are playing up against the mighty Norwegians. And if we win, there'll be a riot. And if we lose, we're quite a bit down on normal. That's to be expected. Let's say hello to everybody. We'll start with Alex, who used an app to detect what type of bird it was that we keep hearing in the game. It's a European robin. In case you wanted to know, now you know. Dragon Slayeris is here, or Slayeris is here. Jess and Janelli, along with, hold on, Techie and Rusty IT Nerd and Tim and Techno Cardi, Puckeye and the Quiltless and Black and Sky and Wolfgang and the Quilt. Menso, Allo Squared, Mad Cat and Blairster and Captain Binnacle. Michael's here, so's the Jeffroyd. Richard Ridge, along with Jickma Bowes and Mrs. Binnacle, McTonal. Hang on, that's one I'm going to have to work on. Enamuro Subokai. Oh, it could be any of those things. Nick and Merlin Kernow and Off the Rails and Corporal Harmsky, AC Locomotive Group and Julius and Day Walker and Tarquin McBeard, Chris and who else we got here? Sophie and Tim. I said hello to Tim. He's got cocktails on the go. Fair play. Beyond Mobius Flight, Daft Scots, Gordon and Jess and One Fox 2-1 and Gordon and James and Wibble Jibber and Nexus and Jason, Dralu and Davide. Oh, it's like a holiday when, when there's not as many of you here. Marvellous. Okay, good. I'll say hello to latecomers. You know how it is. Right, let me unmute the team. Say hello, team.
Hello, team.
Hello. Yeah.
A good number of team are here. Yes, we've got a whole lot to do. So at the moment we are in field 46. I'll show you the full map in a moment. Because we've bought a bit more of it. We're currently getting rid of these trees, which is a bit of a mission given the slope. But there's half a dozen of us out here. I need a get around vehicle. I don't really want to teleport, but I think I'll have to. Yeah, both trucks have gone and we've abandoned a trailer. Okay, all right. Well, look, I'll run. Yeah, no, that's fine. It's okay, Robin. We're in top shape. We can get there quite quickly if we run. So there we go. We own all of this, and all of this, and all of this, and this, and that bit, and this bit over here. In fact, if it's coloured in orange, that's ours. That's our stuff. The team have requested that if I buy any more fields, we get the flat ones. Bunch of lightweights. Because we've got enough trees to play with for now. Because today the goal is quite simple. There's a lot to do, which is why I need to get back to the map, and why I should have brought a get around vehicle with me. No, I'm not going to teleport. I'm gonna wander. Oh, there's one. Maybe I can hijack it. Let's have a look. I'm only going to hijack it if nobody's using it, because obviously the team are being practical and doing stuff. Almost $1 million in the bank. Some serious land acquisition. Maybe not. Maybe not. We don't know yet. I'll even take this trailer, which seems to be quite useful given the jobs that we've got on the go. Gimme. Fire it up. Disco lights. Let's roll. Beautiful. Right, I've got a couple more hellos to do while I'm before it scrolls 1,000 miles into the difference. Out of Timewood says hello, sir. So please say hello to my wife Femke. Hello, Femke. How you doing? How's the weekend treating you? Is he behaving himself? There you go. That's that dealt with. Gallifreyan Wren's here. So is Elzar, along with Breakcore Gives Me Wood, and Clive and Jones. Flipping at Jones. You don't swing by these very often. Lost Wizard is here as well. Is there really no alternative to the football? Am I it? Is football or this? Sucks to be everybody. Gecko's here as well. Flipping at Gecko, you're never here. And Hatchie, Technocardy. I think we've got all of that. Yeah, right, good. I'll keep saying hello to people until we hit 200 concurrent. Oh, I've got a fatty on the back. Hang on, let's do that. Why is it dark? I slowed the time down. Oh, poo. I didn't slow the time down. Well, I'll slow it down now, and we'll skip forward to April before you know it. Give me... Send your fatty, drop him here. Yeah, because that's a convenient place to leave it. I'll pick it up with the grabbers and I'll stick it on the trailer. It's fine. Wolfgang's been a member of the Fail Brigade 54 long months. You've got the button and sitting in the sofa and you can't decide if you want to join the mayhem or not. Well, we're almost full. Yeah, I know. I was expecting to go, well, we've got a million jobs to do and no one's here. You know what might work better? I know what might work better. It might not. Not tipping the trailer over. It's the trailer's fault. It's a stupid trailer. Okay, this might work better. It also seems to have a bit of perpetual motion going on, which is a little bit worrying. Right. Boop. No. Boink. What do I think of Anne Widdecombe's death this week? I have absolutely no comments on the matter. Absolutely none. Not one. Not a single comment to make. What do you mean that I can't detach the tool in this state? Do I need to lower it a bit? Well, all right, we'll take the header off it, all right, and then drop it. All right, yeah, put that there. This is if this works, it's a really good... Oh, hold on, I might be able to get Senor Fatty on the front now. I might. Yeah, no, it's all boop, boop. Yeah, okay. All right, there you go. Yeah, I might not even have needed to take the forks off. I know. I've only figured that out now, but I've done it. So, you know, you play the hand you dealt, or you don't play any hands at all. That one there. Beautiful. Right. Now, attach the trailer in such a way that the forks don't roll off the back. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Ooh. Boink. Right. Good. We're rolling. Super. Yeah. There you go. What now? What was I going to talk about? Yeah. Yeah.
Could you spin forward to April? We'll get a high grass yield and start mowing.
I think it's already Max going, I think.
I've clearly got the game volume up a bit loud because I can't hear you. Admittedly, it doesn't help that I've got a fan on in here, but it's quite humid today. It's not too hot, but it is a bit humid.
Could you spin forward to April?
Could I spin forward to April? Yeah, go on him. Yeah, totally can.
It's
using my superb levels of god powers. What's the topic for tonight's conversation? Farming simulator. I'm staying on topic. Farming simulator and lag. Those are the two topics that we will be talking to. Yeah. Is that hail? Oh, is that a stream? Yeah, a little bit. You'll be able to get across that. You're a tractor. I'm going to use the bridge anyway. I'm trying not to have mischief happen immediately so that we can get some productivity rolling. I'm just showing you what needs doing. We've got to mow all of this lot. It all needs mowing and baling and collecting and stashing so it can be turned into silage. And it's Paul! Or is it Paul? There's a pair of L's at the end of it, so probably the latter. Good. But tons of work. Tons of work. There's not much on TV tonight, Predator or Pretty Woman. They're both good. What's your problem? I mean, Predator obviously is brilliant. I saw the new Predator movie, the one where where it's from the perspective of the Predator, where he's rocking around with half a robot. It's good. I liked it. I enjoyed it very much. I liked the previous one, Predators. I quite like that as well. But mostly because of the homage they had done to the original the original score by Alan Silvestri, who is among the finest film soundtrack composers. Yeah. Techno Cardi slung 50 Canadian bucks in the bucket. Thanks, Techno Cardi. You haven't got any. You're too tired to have any clever words, so it's some money. Well, I mean that's an admirable position to take that I think many of us could probably do. Could do quite well. There's nothing wrong with Pretty Woman. Pretty Woman's fine. It's great. It's I mean, as you get older, originally, right? You're kind of go, Julia Roberts. She's just, you know, she's puff and there for prettiness only. And only later on, probably after you've watched Erin Brockovich for the first time, is you kind of go, actually, she's got quite a lot of substance, and there is quite a lot of depth to her character, and there is quite a lot of radiating warmth that comes off her as a personality and a performer. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's an unrealistic fairy tale, but it's a flipping fairy tale. So, I mean, fairy tales are fairy tales.
Oh, slow down. The time.
Oh, hell. Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, we all went, sunlight. Yeah, and Kevin's joining the everybody wants in. They've all gone like, well, this might be my last opportunity to get properly stuck in. Because next week is the last week. Yeah. I'll leave the server up until my subscription expires. But next week is it. That's it. That's your lot. And then I'll move on to something else for the social club on a Saturday. Right. Good. Right, here we are back at the homestead. Anyway, I didn't need the tractor for this. I was just tidying up a little bit. Laudrin's currently working the bales. Nice. Silage bales. We've got another 15 in there. And then in this one, we've got 250. All right, have fun with that. That'll keep Laudrin out of trouble for a little while. And then over here at the pink factory, well, Pink is back in a forklift truck, so that's clearly business as usual. We're loading up paper and card. Oh, I'm very much appreciating the skills on display. Yes. That's good. And I think how much have we got left? There's another 14 paper rolls and another 2 carton rolls after these ones have been picked up. But that's before you get to the woody goodness, where, as you can see, if you understand what that means, we got 33 punnets of wood chips, 23 pallets of long planks, 16 wood beams, 12 prefab walls, and 33 regular pallets, and a similar amount over here as well, all of which is going to be sold. So last week when we did the big sell up, we made about 3 million quid. I think we're likely to be in line to make about the same again, and that's great. But gotta do what you got to do. What have you got to do? I've got to do what we've got to do, and that is, I don't know. Yeah, Gecko, you can have this. There you go. You can have that. Make yourself useful. I'll make myself less useful. I can't drive a tuk-tuk. Why? Go old school with it. Okay. It's either that or teleporting. I've no idea. Sound Fox 85 has slung a tenner in the bucket. Thank you very much. Can't stay long. So just fling this in the bucket. Why is that Sound Fox 85? Is it the allure of international football and sports? If it is, fair enough. If it isn't, you better have a good excuse.
Yeah, the pickup truck's been hidden in a bush for some reason.
Why have they put my pickup in the bush? I traded in the new pickup in order to get an old one that had class. My God, that's a lot of lag. That's a silly amount of lag. Yeah, maybe we should stop chopping down trees.
Is anyone else not able to get in and out of vehicles?
You might have to press the get out of a vehicle and then wait for a minute while it allows you to. But we are experiencing a lag bomb at the moment. It seems to have eased off a little bit, but that just might be my location.
I can tab between vehicles, but I can't.
I have the same problem sometimes.
Well, if you can't get out of a vehicle, then I guess that's your vehicle for today. Is anyone using the big mower?
Yes.
I was going to go and have a go. All right, no problem. It's all right, fine. I'll find you and stalk you in a tuk-tuk.
If there was another big tractor, there's a third set of mowers somewhere that's not.
Yeah. But you know me, I'll end up doing something with a windrower because I am the best windrower in the business. It should be safe. This is pretty much a road
for me to jump on.
Hey, oh, yeah. Where are you mowing in the big mower?
The original fields.
Thank you. All right, well, I didn't need to go up here then, did I? No. Super. Did I up the autosave frequency? We didn't have to do much double selling last week. There really wasn't very much we had to do.
Yeah, I did have to go and replow a section because it rolled back at some point.
Having a good time. Right, okay, there's someone down there, probably hauling it a bit. I splashed out £500,000 on a proper top bomb harvester mower. But this is it. This is the last silage harvest that we're going to do. Remember to do one bit and leave it so it can be turned into hay, whoever it is that ends up doing the baling.
Yeah, I think
that's a barge.
The bit behind the horse, for it.
Yeah, I mean it doesn't matter if we end up with too much hay, just as long as we can feed the horses, because the horses can now breed. Except, of course, they're all incredibly sick because they've been neglected all week. Oh, there it is. Because nobody wants to play with the horses. We haven't got a designated horse girl on this server. And frankly, that is an oversight. Should have made sure we'd got a horse girl booked before we got started. You're fair tanking along. I think your mower is faster than my tuk-tuk. Which means that my level of harassment is not going to be quite as significant as I might have hoped.
What's 12 miles an hour in kph?
12 miles per hour times 1.6. So what's that? 12. So 1.5 times. So about 18 miles an hour. Bit more. When's episode 5 coming out? Monday. Monday, Wednesday, Friday on the current series, and that's only because of the amount of faffing around the intro takes. I mean, I don't think anybody's going to disagree that it's worth it. Yeah, in your face, big lad. But at the same time, it does take some doing. Yeah, there you go. Do I have a cousin or doppelganger named Biffa? We sound quite different, even though we cover the same things. Kevin, what needs doing? You could probably help either with the logging up in 46 or the export of palleted goods from the wood and whatnot. The wooden whatnots. Oh yeah.
This trailer up if you want to grab that.
Oh, flipping Colonel cammed it. Beautiful. I'm going to go around and do it again. Awesome. Right, that's Colonel cam from the other side this time. There you go. I think that turns everything off. It does, apart from the text chat. Okay. Get rid of that. I haven't done a deliberate Colonel cam in ages. Oh, you know what will make the people happy? You missed a bit, Daz. Come on, don't skimp on the corners.
I'm not so.
I know it's lagging like an absolute bandit, but I mean, at the same time, corners are not just for Christmas. Oh yeah. Woohoo! Oh, I'm dead. Hang on. If I'm going to try and get out of your way. There you go.
I'll probably turn the HUD off unless you turn the big dev console.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
There's no straps on that bit, it'll just fall off. Means if something fairly sizable, just stick it on top of the bale.
Stalking the big mower in a tuk-tuk is a delight. That's a flipping thumbnail right there. Sadly, however, we've already got a thumbnail for today. Otherwise, that would have been it. That would have been the one. Never mind. I'll take care of the horses, shall I? Don't all rush at once. Don't, or in fact, in your case, don't all rush at all. I'll tell you what. Is there a hijackable tractor anywhere? I'm guessing that's a no.
I don't know.
Everyone's gone, oh, I've got my tractor, you can hands off. No, you can continue mucking about in a tuk-tuk.
Press tab and find out.
Don't make me get out of the tractor and I'd have to
up
start
there, 46 you can grab.
lifting up one tiny little branch at a time and feel like I'm contributing.
If someone's running the bale picker, you need to go and pick up all the bales on the side.
Because we have enough tractors. What we don't need is any more tractors. Are any more tractors? Is any more tractors? Were any more tractors? Then any more tractors? Alright. Okay. That's all right. You're all doing good work. Don't let me griping about having to settle for some dodgy piece of kit put you off. You're all being far more valuable than I tend to be.
Why are you giving me the picking? Fail to say.
Right, there you go. That's all sound. That's all sound. I know what the next Fail Brigade series is going to be as well. For Saturday nights, but we're going to need to take a break for it to just be, me talking codswallop for multiple hours in some kind of random setting. Alright, Pink will be rocking the Forky Fork. Gecko's literally just ninjaed that tractor. Oh, I see. Gecko's working the other side. Alright, it's fine. Who's in the that hasn't exactly gone to plan truck?
Waiting to be sold, that stuff.
Oh, is it? Alright, okay. You reckon that's on, do you? So that's a high level of confidence. I can sell these. I don't know where I'm selling them, but I'm sure I'll find some. Is this strapped on? Looks like
yeah.
Looks like it might be. Yeah, it was. Okay. Where do these wooden walls sell? Is it the warehouse, isn't it?
Warehouse.
Thank you. I'll do that. Look at me, Mum. I'm helping. Super. Oh, what is it? I'm not going to tell you what it is. You should know by now that I go like, oh, I know exactly what I'm going to do next. No, I won't tell you. You can wait until you're informed. But I think it supports even more players. And it is a bit of a change of pace. I'm,
in London, gotta go down to 2.
I'm
pick up the bells
endeavouring
down
to
there.
announce it next time I spot it in the sale.
Lots of bells on top.
Get off.
Pink, do you want to put anything more on this truck?
All right.
Do you want to put...
No, stuff will just start falling
Yeah.
off and we have to unstrap
Yeah.
it. So
Good.
Yeah.
You see, Esports Manager 2026 is
Start on
getting
this
stellar
mine,
reviews. I had that on my... I'm sure I had Esports Manager on my wish list. I love that stuff. I love it. A good manager game. And I'll tell you, I've put my time in on Dota. I mean, I was never particularly great at it. But it's good fun. The only problem with those kinds of games is you've got to play. The whole of your team needs to be people who you already know, you already like, and you all have the same mentality vis-a-vis whether winning is important or not. Because if you get some people for whom winning is absolutely everything, and some other people for whom I just want to have a lovely time, thanks, then someone's going to end up disappointed and yelling at each other. Yeah. All right.
Where's
I'll
the
abandon that
warehouse?
here. There you go. Super. Right. Okay. Well, where's everything else then? Right. There's a tractor that appears to be stationary up at 20. Is anyone up at 20, 23 at the moment?
Nope.
I'll
Whereabouts
say
is
that's
the
a no.
warehouse?
There's another one that's stationary at the 38/40 border.
That's the robo plow.
Do. All right. Okay. All right. We'll see. We'll see. Everyone who drops off at 10 will be noted and reported. They're allowed to drop off at 10 and go and watch the inevitable disappointment of England play too defensively, hoping the opposition slip up and allow them to have a fast break, and then desperately try and get a penalty and or free kick and or corner because they don't know how else to score, even though in the last game they actually played some attractive football for once in my entire life. Not since 1996's Euros have I seen England play football that was anything like as attractive as the 10-minute highlights I watched of the last game. So you never know. Maybe. No, you see, I did, and that's me making sure that I'm up to speed on current events so that I can blag my way through it should a co-worker go, hey, how about that England game? And I'll go like, well, yes. Yeah, I thought that second goal was clearly offside. And people will go, oh, yeah. Because as a nerd, you have to put in extra hours in order to blend in. And sometimes that means faking it. You can't just get away with, no, I couldn't give a toss about football. I think it's rubbish watching millionaires cheat in order to try and have a free go. No, I disagree with it fundamentally. And they should all go and get real jobs. That's, says man who works in games industry and talks for a living and then also makes a couple of quid here and there playing video games on YouTube. People should get real jobs. Yeah, footballers, YouTubing, that's where it's at. That's a real gig. That's proper graft right there. Good, yeah. Just so you know, that was ironic.
Kevin, you want me to straighten that out?
At the level of hypocrisy on display, just in case that needs spelling out. we're not going to be talking about sports ball. And besides which, we can talk about. You're among friends talking about sports ball. Yeah. Congratulations on Transport Fever 3. I didn't make it. It's not. I can't take any responsibility other than a couple of suggestions. The good bits, I suggested those. Also not true. I suggested a couple of bits that are quite good, but no. Fundamentally, I've been there to kind of go like, should it be like that? And is that good? We could talk about tilting trains. No, well, you can talk about tilting trains if you want. I mean, it's not a particularly riveting topic. And I can't answer the question that is inevitably going to come up on the topic. No, because there's a question that we haven't answered yet on that topic.
The new trailer did look good.
We're not hiding from it, incidentally. Just no one's asked the question in a way that I can put it in there directly, seamlessly, and with earnestitude. You like seeing me with a bunch of TF3 naysayers. All right, I will talk about that. They're not naysayers, because it's a really tricky one for those of you who aren't up to speed. This is me off duty, right? So this is my own personal take on it. Don't expect anything juicy. Is gamers, yeah? They're flipping passionate. Because this is where they spend a heck of a lot of time. Not a lot of money, but a heck of a lot of time. They're going to go, oh, it is a lot of money. And you're going to go, no, it really isn't. On an hour-for-hour basis, it's the best value entertainment money can buy. Yeah, I mean, you get a ridiculous amount of entertainment for very, very little investment. Hardly the point. But the point is that gamers are incredibly passionate about things, and that can spill over into, oh no, don't change it, don't do something a bit different to the way that I like it, just oh please don't. Even if what they're fighting against is not necessarily the worst thing in the world. Now, I mean, there are people with legitimate concerns, and they're perfectly entitled to have those concerns, and their concerns may actually be legitimate. And then there are people that are just riding along with it in a please don't change kind of a fashion, and that's all perfectly acceptable. So they're not being naysayers. They're voicing their passion for the game in a, we would very much rather that you kept to what we already know and what we already trust and what you've already demonstrated is going to be great. Yeah, I mean, Jay Dowse, you're just saying if you get 100 hours of fun out of a game and you spent less than £1 an hour, then that's a job well done. You kind of go, well, think about a movie, right? Even if you buy a movie, by inverted commas, right? You pick up the movie from Amazon or whatever. Let's say you even get it on DVD, so you do end up kind of owning it. And you spend a £5. It's a 2-hour movie. Now you can watch that same movie over and over again. And heavens, I watch an awful lot of movies, an awful lot of repeat viewings. But fundamentally, you're still paying a couple of quid an hour. If you go to the cinema, you're paying $10 for a ticket, and that's a 2-3 hour experience. Incidentally, I saw a very good breakdown of how the movie industry's money breaks down. Farm management. Henk, if you've got your ears on, no buying vehicles without permission. You haven't joined the farm. You need to join the farm, Henk. Join the farm and I'll give you some permissions, but clear any vehicle purchases before you make them, please. Yeah. The new expense is computer hardware. Yeah, but I mean, you use your computer for everything, right? If you're buying a computer just for one game, then you already know that game you want that game to take over your entire life. Otherwise, you've got a screw loose or too much money. Yeah, right. Come on. I'm quite impressed, actually, that the Taj Fund managed to pull this at all. I'm ploughing in the traditional way of our forefathers. This is how the cavemen did it. Obviously, the cavemen who'd figured out, you know, proper farming. That's the sound the tractor's making. Because I've turned the volume down, you see, you can't hear it so well. Oh, has it got disco lights? I don't think this one does. No. So I mean, you get some people who, because it's so passionate, gamers, they'll exaggerate. I mean, you know, numerous people point to games that have got a lot of DLC at this point, but then kind of gloss over, you know, a game's 10 years old, right? And if you break it down into those 10 years, it's 3 pieces of DLC a year. And because it was the same story at Dovetail, right? That nobody understands Train Sim World apart from the people who understand Train Sim World because they're playing it. They look at, there's however much thousand. What's the current total cost of all DLC on Train Sim World? I might have the wrong number of zeros. I thought it was like $2.5 grand, or it was the last time I looked. It's not 20 grand. No, they haven't done that many. What's it up to? Anybody? Any takers? Quick Steam look up for me. See what the total cost if you buy everything. Because that's eye-watering. But it's because it's born out of a fundamental misunderstanding of what all that stuff is. Oh, I'll put the autopilot on. Cruise control. It's not autopilot. Fine, I'll put cruise control on. We'll get there eventually. There should be a trailer here waiting. 20k would be more like Train Sim Classic. Right, okay, well, it's a good example, right? Train Sim Classic has been around for... Where are we now? 2026? Yeah, getting on for 20 years. And you kind of go, yeah, but even then, that's $1 grand's worth of stuff every year. And you go, yeah, but the whole point is, you're not supposed to buy all of it. Not even in a case of like, we don't want you to buy all. No. It's no nonsense like that. It's you're not supposed to buy all of it. It is the same. It's over $3 grand, right? Okay, yeah. It's the same as going into. Let's say you're building a model railway at home, right? And you look at all the stuff, and you've got over here, you've got some steam trains, and over here, you've got some multi-wagon flipping electric soulless godless heathen EMU of some description. Yeah, anybody who's into that kind of stuff, nah, not into it. Then you got some glorious BR Blue diesels, and in second place some glorious big fat powerhouse American diesels. That's where I live. That's what I'm into. Third place, give me some ancient bit of European/German electrics they've literally just been invented. Yeah, 15 grand for all the Train Sim DLC stuff. Yeah, but you see, if you were starting a train set, what you wouldn't do is go into the shop and buy one of everything in the shop. And that's basically what it is that the game, the simulator itself is just a platform. And all the stuff that's added to it. Because the other thing is, I worked on The Sims 2, and people who didn't play The Sims 2 used to point out and go like, look at how much they're milking that game. And you kind of go, if you were in the community, you wouldn't say that. You'd go, when's the next one? When's the next bit? I want a new bit. Could you do a bit like this? Can I do a bit of that? Can I have a bit of that? DLC is fine when DLC is not doing something that was gutted for the base game. That never happens. Never. I have never known a game have something taken out to sell as DLC. Never seen it happen. Not once. What you do occasionally get is something that where 1 million people will go like, that should have been in the base game. And you kind of go, no, it could have been in the base game. That's a difference. And you go, yes. And if it was in the base game, you'd have been waiting an extra 3 months for the base game. And so if you consider there are 20 items, fine, wait an extra 6 years for the base game. At some point, you've got a massive list of features, right? When you're designing a game, I'm not picking on you, Gordon. Honestly, I'm genuinely not. When you're designing a game, you've got a list of features as long as your arm, and you've got an amount of time in which you want that game to be done. And so, at some point, you have to say, we have to draw the line here. We've got to draw the line here. No, we won't be able to get it done beyond that point. And so there are features that are left on the, we wanted to include it, but time is time. Yeah, and it's, you know, I'm not bashing Gordon, I'm bashing that argument because I've heard it a lot, and it's not true. The only thing that happens is you don't get as far down the feature list as you intended to. I worked on FIFA 2006. I worked on a lot of FIFAs, 7 of them. Yeah, there have been some that seemed odd. I'll take your word for it, Gordon. I will take your word for it. Probably from Skylines 1. Well, I think what's more likely is stuff that you kind of go, surely you've put that in the game. Why are you giving us something that honestly feels like it should have been one of the default items in the game? Oh, come on, I'm pressing all the right buttons. No, you're not. You've pressed R again. You have to come over here and press B. No, you have to come over here and press B. No, or Y. There you go, Y has done the trick. Yeah, that could have been in the base game, but I didn't get to it. Didn't Mass Effect 3 strip stuff out for DLC? Doubt it. What they might have had is they might have had early versions of it built within the game that it wasn't done, it wasn't ready, and they had a deadline they had to hit. And so you kind of go like, right, it's like Cyberpunk, which is a game I deeply love. Cyberpunk took out wall running because it didn't work. It wasn't very good. Yeah. But then, of course, you know, because gamers are very technically savvy, or there are gamers who are technically savvy, they'll go fishing around through files and go, look at this uncompleted thing that's in there. And you kind of go, exactly, it's incomplete, rather. Didn't get finished. Now, they might finish it after release. There are games that do day one DLC. The big ooh was day one DLC that was on the disc, and you kind of go, yeah, that's not clever. Make them download it, for crying out loud. At least put some smoke and mirrors in there. Do you know why that stuff existed? I'm going to tell you. It existed because when you finish developing the game, right? When you feature lock the game, you then go into things like optimization, and you go into you know, balancing and all of this kind of jazz, right? Making the thing actually play right after you've got all the features in. Hold on, let's make sure Henk is given all of the necessary permissions. You can do that. You can do this. You can you can do that one. You can have that and this. There you go. Henk, you should be fully aligned up and able to do stuff now. Yeah, no. What was I talking about? Day one. Oh yeah. The reason it exists is after everything is done and you're into optimization and balancing, you've got a whole bunch of people in your studio who are just kind of going, because I've got nothing to do. There's nothing they can. They're not the guy making the language of the code that is. And I'm kind of go, oh, if I remove this colon, everything will work better. You go, well, you should probably do that then. But it will break. And you're going to go, well, you probably shouldn't do that then. Get QA to have a look at it. Then QA go, yeah, sure, we'll look at it. The other one that I thoroughly enjoy is, what QA? They didn't bother testing this at all. And you kind of go, that's nonsense. If they didn't test it at all, you'd probably be yeeted into, I don't care what game it is, you'd be yeeted into outer space 30 seconds after loading it up. No. What QA will do is they will test the entire game. They will come back with about 500 things that need fixing. And then the senior lead or executive producer, or probably all of them, working together, will go through the list and they will go, fix that one, obviously. You can't have them being yeeted into space. Fix this one because it fix this one because it melts their computer. Probably fix that one. Fix this one because it melts not only their computer but it burns their house down. Yeah, we'll get that one fixed. Yeeted into space if we have time. Oh, okay, all right, fine. Because it's time pressure is where it comes from. So you end up with no longer 500,000 things that need fixing. Instead, there are a mere 500 things that need fixing, but you've had to ship it. And so you know what the problems are, but you have to ship it anyway. Why? Well, it comes down to a little thing called your burn rate or your run rate, which is the same thing, which is every studio, doesn't matter how big or small, is spending X amount of cash per month on just staying alive. And at some point, you have to release something. Well, they could go and fix it. Right, okay, the Hello Games No Man's Sky quotient. Well, how have No Man's Sky been able to release so much stuff for free over the course of since it's been released? Simple. They made $250 million and they're a team of 40. Do the sums. They can afford to. There you are. That's it. No, I'm done. There you go. That's me done on all of that stuff. And it's soul crushing because it's always a business reason. It's always a business reason, and it's a reality of keeping the flipping lights on, because you're not paying by the hour to play all of this stuff. You're just not. I mean, if you were, then could you get 2 forklifts? You don't need. We've got 2 forklifts.
Do with 2 more to load up all this wood stuff, though.
No, don't need it. We don't need them. You know why? You know why you don't need 2 more forklifts? Because once all that wood stuff is loaded up, there is no more to load up. At which point we've got 4 forklifts sitting around doing nothing. The alternative is it takes a bit longer. You've got to think long term. See, I'm talking about fiscal responsibility in the product that you're making, and therefore, as the producer of this farm, no, you'll make do with the 2. Plus, you've got every tractor can slap on a pair of quickie forks, and that's.
And there is a pair of forks for the skid steer if you want to use a lot.
You can put some on the skid steer that Daz isn't using because he hijacked the fun mower. He's always quick, that Daz. You've got to watch him. When he rocks up, he's going to go, what's the funnest thing we've got at the moment? Right, I'll have that. And I'm just going to bogart it for the entire duration and have a lovely time. And do a really good job. And that way they can't take it off me. Yeah. So, no, games are underpriced and expensive at the same time. At some point you have to release them, and gamers aren't unreasonable. They are and aren't unreasonable at the same time. Even when they're being unreasonable, it's not unreasonable. You wouldn't buy a car for 50 quid. If you bought a car for 50 quid, you'd expect it to fall apart by the time you got down to the end of the road. Plus, it'll kill you. And that's really all. I mean, if you pay 20 grand for a game, yeah, I think you can probably expect it to work. But beyond that, you kind of get what you get. You're glad you're a novelist. The only expenses are keeping the chief dingus fed and watered. True, but then you've got to promote your work afterwards. That's 75% of the job. I follow a couple of authors, and they go like the amount of, unless you are, Stephen King, where the books sell themselves because you've built up a reputation over years. Insert any other kind of prolific, long-standing, successful author. You kind of go, but you made the New York bestsellers list. You kind of go, being on the New York bestsellers list, you might have made about $1,000 from book sales. And you go, oh, really? you kind of the New York Times bestsellers list. You're going to go, yeah, the barrier to entry there is really not very high. Yeah. The trailers they make for games, you watched the one for Transport Fever 3 this week, and you wondered who made that map or world. Oh, flipping it. The amount of effort that goes into those videos is amazing. It's a tremendous amount of effort. I mean, I've said this before, which is why I don't mind saying it again. Yeah, so the first thing you do is you look at the geography for the map. If you've got an area you want to focus on, you're looking at the geography that's already there, and then you rebuild all of that geography in order to be perfect. Because, and that's very much an Urban Games thing, is that they want every item in every shot to be entirely intentional and deliberate. So there's no rendered cheating going on. There might be the occasional dev hack that allows you to see a little bit further, but that was in the early stuff. These days we don't do any of that kind of behaviour. The lag is painful tonight. Yes, it really, really is. It could be because I'm in the tree zone, but it could also be because the promise of ploughing has brought all the boys to the yard. Either that, or the fact that it's this or football has brought all the boys to the yard. Yeah, so first you're setting up the environment, and that takes a while. And we have artists get involved in doing that. Artists, the people who make the vehicles and the landscapes and the buildings and all that stuff. No, they stopped doing that, and for 5 or 6 weeks they work on a 5-minute video. We also have outsourcers who came from the community, and they will be staging shots for it as well. It is an insane amount of work. I don't write the scripts for those, I just read them. And even then, I will do a full reading of one, and if my enthusiasm levels weren't quite right, or if I'm plosiving all over the place, I spend about an hour removing all kind of artifacts from vocal recordings, and the vocal recordings are fairly clean to start with. For reference, if you listen to me do a Let's Play, I haven't touched the vocals in that at all. I used to bang some compression on it, not anymore. Because the difference is that much. So, yeah, it's, yeah, so I just read it. But even then, I'll end up doing full recordings 3, 4, 5 more times. And that's fine, because they want it to be right. And I say we want it to be right, and that's completely fine. So I don't do the editing, I don't write the scripts. I'm literally just a monkey with a microphone, and that's fine. That's how it's shaken down. I've figured out how to fix explosives, by the way. Yeah, you should notice fewer. It's this. Right? There. It also makes me prettier on the camera as well, because I've not got the microphone here, right? Plosive central. But you bang it over there, you don't lose very much volume, and you don't get all over the place. And if that didn't trigger a few, nothing will. There you go. Let's go and see if I can find an area that doesn't have lag. Maybe on a single player map.
There's quite a fair amount of bales going on as well.
Yeah. Okay. Well, look. Once we've emptied everything out, let's stick all the wood factories on auto sell. Once we've got all of the stuff stored. Do I get any input on the script? Yes. Yeah, I do. I rewrite the scripts because they're written by, and they won't mind me saying this, they're written by non-native English speakers. And occasionally I'll go back and I'll go, this line doesn't make any sense. I don't understand the line. There was one in the latest video that I just kind of went, I don't understand it. What are you trying to say? I don't get it. I genuinely don't understand it. And I'll go through the script afterwards and add commas. Lots and lots and lots of commas. And I put those commas in so that when I'm doing a recording, I know when to breathe. Because some of them sentences are a little on the long side. And you kind of go, oh, crikey. Yeah. German can do that. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think writer number one is Dutch. But it's... I mean, look, I barely speak any language other than my own. I've got odds and ends. I understand much better than I speak initially. But even then, I can't knock anybody who's having a swing at trying to explain something in English. When it's not their main language. So I help with a bit of grammar here and there, and I help with, let's put these words in a different order, and I will drop in an extra line. So in the current video, there was a line about the line manager that said, so you don't have to spend all your time in data sheets, and the bit that I added was, unless that's the kind of thing you enjoy. Right? That's perfectly fine, because there are people who really do like being head first in data. Will they have much input into my gameplay coverage? I can't answer that question. That's not a question I can answer. Yeah, no, I just can't. They are good. There. Good. Move on. Move on. I'm moving on. Yeah, they are. Is there some meaning to the letters and numbers on the rocket at the end? You tell me. There you go. That's it. Now, that's all you're getting out of me. I'm loving the... I'm loving the speculation that's getting. That amuses me no end. You do voiceover for work and you do a full markup. Yep. Yeah, no, I understand putting pause, but I then do the edit. So I do the audio edit on my VO, and that takes a while. And so I don't have to worry about an editor having to fix things. If I didn't like the way something sounded, I will pause and immediately record the same thing again. So a 5-minute video, I'll end up with a 30-minute recording where I screw the lines up over and over and over again. And that's something that's really interesting. If I've written it, so yes, all of the intros for Retro Rewind, they're 40 seconds long, right? I've not had to do a single retake, not one, because I wrote it.
Stable your in-game comms, please.
And I speak the way I write. And you'll notice that I write the way that I speak as well. So if I'm writing a battle plan, I always get comments of people saying, I can hear you reading this. And they kind of go, yeah, because my verbal nature is the same as my writing nature, and therefore it's so much more familiar, and my choice of vocabulary matches what I would normally say anyway. That sounds like it's something revolutionary, but actually that's incredibly obvious. If you've written it, it's far easier to read it afterwards. Yeah. Is the video laggy? No, the game's laggy. It's not the video. This bit, not lagging. I think it's the trees. I think the tree zone is lagging. Or maybe there's no bale action going on at the moment. The rumour is it's bales.
Yeah, I have tons of lag and I ain't failing.
You heard it here first. There you go. How much have we got left? We've got one stack there and another 210 still in the bunker and 1.2 million in the bank. Oh, we got baling going on. Remember to save some for the horses who are all dying. I'm going to go and ride a horse. We'll see how that works.
Yeah, pretty much leave the grass around the horse.
How much input have I had on the game? Quite a bit. Yep, I've made recommendations and suggestions and all of that kind of stuff. I've given an indication of where I believe a lot of players will like it, not like it, maybe switch it a little bit like that. I've tried to be a little bit voice of the player. What I will tell you, we started looking at the line manager last year, and holy mackerel, is that ever a load-bearing piece of the game. The line manager, the way I described it is, the line manager is the game. All of this pretty trains running around on a map, nah.
Have you done any voiceover or anything for the campaign or the tutorial?
Nope. Nope. No. It is fully voiced over, but not by me. Nope.
It's not good.
Nope. 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 Well, I've got the wrong accent. I mean, I could put on a fake American accent, but I think someone will clock it. My fake accents, they're not all that authentic, you know.
Your future DLC.
Ooh.
Colonel voiceover pack.
The Colonel voiceover pack. I pushed for ages. When I worked on Train Sim World, I said announcer packs. I said it was a flipping goldmine and that we are foolish for not having them. Stationer, I had this great concept. I had a great pitch, and I don't know if I've told you this before, but I pitched this about 50 times while I was at Dovetail, and everybody who has ever played Train Simulator is going to go, yes, I want it. That'll be fantastic. That'll be absolutely amazing. Right, you ready? Okay, you ready? This is, I swear to God, this is one of the greatest features, the Toymaster accent. Yeah. Yeah, all right. No, that is entirely unique and totally in a world of its own. Right, Train Simulator, doesn't matter if you've ever played it, right? Train Simulator is fundamentally a single-player game. It will only ever... A single-player simulator, beg your pardon. There is a difference. Wait until the video titled The Simulator Problem. Yeah. I'm going to do it. I am. Before I die, I will do that video. Right, yeah, good. So, yes. What I said is, here's how you do multiplayer for Train Sim World. And I went, yeah, I've got your attention. I go, you don't put multiple people on a train. You don't put... I had a really good one where you do put multiple people on the train, but that's different. I'll tell you that one in a minute. You might even have heard that one. I think I discussed it with Matt on a stream at some point. No, I said, right, no, your multiplayer aspect is you have someone who's playing as the station announcer, or the in-train, the next station stop is Shrewsbury, right? And you pick which one you tune in for, but they are a live player who could be anywhere else in the world, and they can be doing multiple different routes and stations and what have you at the same time, and in front of them they get a live scrolling feed of the next thing they need to say, and you tune in to whichever one you really like, and you just have a live station / onboard train announcer going at all times. I said, because I'd love to do that. That'd be great fun. I'd totally do that. That'd be such good fun. I'd go one further, which would be, I would introduce a streaming client whereby you can only watch a stream of the game if you're using an in-game tablet, and therefore you could be watching the game being streamed the same as you would on YouTube or Twitch or wherever, but as a passenger sat in the back of that train. It kind of, you've got to think more meta. You've got to really work it, because it kind of go like, if you can make people's heads explode while engaging with with your stream, your game, your whatever, then frankly, 100% champion. Is there a tentative ETA on that video, or I've been teasing it forever? Yeah, actually, this year. No, I'm not even joking. I've been teasing it forever. It is going to be this year. Just purely because how I know how my year's going to shake down, I'll have time to do it. Yeah, like the people that like to do air traffic control for flight sim, but yes, but even more. So there are people that play as air traffic control in flight sim, but they're playing as air traffic control.
Hank, can you mute your microphone in game, please?
Yeah, only need to mute it in game. Just turn it off in the game settings is the only thing you need to do. Yeah.
Also, hello everybody. I've been here a while, but didn't get a chance to say anything.
I've been silently yelling at you for loading.
Wibbledoodle says, the first video of mine he saw was Derail Valley, and when I did an announcement to the cargo that I was carrying that we were now approaching farm, it almost finished you off. You're welcome. That was back in the days where I did announcements. Everybody used to love me doing announcements for Train Sim World, and I tell you, it was hard work. that was hard work, trying to find something fun to say in Train Sim World when you're not screwing it up. The only way you can find something fun to say is if you are screwing it up. Otherwise, you're really having to work it. You can get some mileage out of, okay, let's do recognition gags that people may have experienced at having been on a train. Okay, that'll get you only so far. You could do a certain amount of surreal stuff, like switching to the aerial bombard. No, the switching to the nose camera of an A10 Warthog on the way in. I did that. That was quite good fun. Can't do it again. No, each joke works once. If you do it more than once, you're rubbish at this and shouldn't be allowed. Oi, come here, I'm polishing it. All of these horses can breed, you know, but they won't because they're filthy and starving to death. Yeah, I'm not gonna. No. I'm gonna check on my own horse. Woohoo! Okay, how you getting on there, Jeff? It's Jeff from IT, everybody. He's not particularly fit, needs to be ridden. Right, you are. Boop. To preempt a joke that will write itself later on, I'm expecting Jeff from IT to get pregnant. Purely because I even looked. You have no idea what gender any of these horses are. I mean, obviously, anatomy is a bit of a clue, but it could just be video game. We want a nice, safe age rating anatomy. They could all be mares. I just don't know. Where's Jeff? Oh, he's out there complaining somewhere, probably trying to get someone to give him some food. Miserable little git. He's been all right this week, actually, but he's still a miserable little git. He owes me a tenner. Running joke. Running joke, he owes me a tenner. Running jokes are great for rewarding regular viewers, but how do you get wood chips into a trailer? You park the trailer in the load zone and press R. Pretty sure. Oh no, actually the wood chips from these sawmills, they come out on pallets. They
put the pallets in the trailer though? Tip them in or load them in?
Yes, you can. You can stick you can stick a hopper style trailer next to it and press R and it will load them.
I'm gonna have to do a bit of a. Yeah, hold on. Right. I need to nip my tractor again and go to fix bloody the clock because I flipped it.
Yeah, yeah. There's no lag in this game.
It was quite funny watching it flip in slow motion.
Oh dear. It really doesn't do well with horse physics. I'll tell you that for nothing. I mean, I could get rid of all the horses. That'd probably help. Having to do horse animations where anybody's nearby, even the idling animations, is more than nothing. The comments to NPCs that you really enjoy. Yeah, the challenge with that is
outreach.
You've got to be really careful about repetition. Hello, Stripey, right? Good gag for one episode only. Don't keep coming back to it because it becomes tired. It becomes overused. And is that all you've got in order to find something funny? You've got to go find something else. Oh, I see you've picked up Doobada and Fimfalimfajimfana. Well, you've got no taste. Right, you can do that a couple of times each episode, but any more than that, and it starts to become tired. This is why ones and dones are easier to cherry pick the good stuff, because you can repeat it 1,000 times and you just pick the best 3. Or you find a dozen different good moments, slap them together, call it 20 minutes, edit it together, and never revisit the game. But the challenge that I have, and this is not a humble brag, but it's going to sound like one, is because I'm good at commentary. I find it really difficult to edit it down because I don't shut up, and all of it has a little bit of merit. Some of it better than others, obviously, but there's merit all over the place. There are good bits here, there, and all over. And I just said all over the place. I'm saying it again, and therefore you end up with just way too much, and you kind of can't edit it down. And editing is the most important part in video making stuff, because editing is writing. If you're not working off a script, what you edit down to is you writing the script, but it's like it's writing a script with found material rather than writing it from scratch. I edit reasonably well, but I struggle to edit myself. I've auditioned 6-7 editors because I wanted someone else to do it, and I always knew what I'm looking for is someone who can find the funny. And if the whole thing is me jabbering on, good luck. And needless to say, not one of them Not one of them came close. Because a lot of these people that will approach YouTube channels and go like, hello, I want to be a video editor. I'd love to edit your video channel on your YouTube channel. And I will say, all right, how much do you charge to edit a video? And they'll go, oh, it'll be, and it's usually somewhere between 30 and 50 bucks for one of these kind of startup people. And I go, right, I'm going to pay you for something I won't publish unless you do a really great job. If you do a really great job, then you'll be able to come back and do some more. If you don't, it's not necessarily a reflection on you, but it's a reflection of you're not hitting what I want. And fundamentally, you need to be wired into the same kind of mindset that I have in making this stuff in the first place, which is why they keep missing, because it's always it's kids. Nothing against them. They're trying to get started, and I go like, you've got to have quite a large library of reading in terms of pop culture in order to understand what's good, what isn't, what works, what doesn't. Otherwise, there you are. There it is. There you go. You can save scum to get it right. Only in some genres. In some genres you can save scum to get it right, but that's only if you're trying to pull off one thing in particular. Yeah, so it's like Retro Rewind. I could have another swing at it if I wanted to. But the thing is, then there's no surprises. And surprise generates better commentary than absolutely anything else. He's not fully exercised, but better than nothing. There you go. Enjoy your polishing. If anybody else wants to ride a horse and not just leave it to me, you're entirely welcome to do so. Silurian. I'm pretty sure it's Silurians. Flabby-faced Doctor Who people. 09 has been a member for 7 long months. Silurian. Yeah, it could be. You're finally catching a live stream rather than midweek as a work diversion. You're loving Retro Rewind, so am I. Surprise, as I was saying, is the bit that makes all the difference. For example, trying to show my archers how to shoot people in the head. See, that's how you shoot people in the head. I turn around, turn back, get a javelin straight through the head. Brilliant. Brilliant. No amount of save scumming could replicate that. That's perfect. That's flawless. Now, because it was a stream, I just get the giggles. Right? Because that's funny. And if I find something funny, there's a very good chance that the rest of you will as well. Particularly in a live environment. Shut up, cat. Come over here. I did the scratchy head thing, which means I invite you up onto the desk for 10 minutes before I give in and feed you. Come on. No. Don't just sit down there yelling. Get up here. Come on. Come on, up. Don't make me pick you up. It's ungainly. No. All right, fine. Here. Cat. Sit down. Shut up. Right. Yeah, I know he can't hear me, but it makes me feel better. Silurian, as far as you're taking it. Yeah, okay. That seems reasonable. Yeah. But yeah, when you're doing something like talking to NPCs, oh boy, yeah, you really can't do more than one take. When you just hold position, arse. Yeah, because it feels the first time you give a pithy put down to someone wearing a leopard print cowboy hat, it feels organic and it feels natural. Second time you do it, even if the first is not committed to cellulose, is celluloid. It's the same thing. It's not. It feels forced. And it's unnatural, and it just doesn't pop quite as well. And what you want when you're doing a I'm being terse towards every customer is that level of disdain for all those customers to build up and up and up, and that to happen quite naturally. If you're aping being in a grumpy mood with your punters, then be in a grumpy mood with your punters. Don't pretend like you are afterwards. There you go. So little trip behind the wizard's curtain there. You're welcome. Elzar slung a £5 in the bucket for the cat. Rusty IT Nerd stuck a tenner in the bucket for the cat. There you go. Do you want to eat €15? Well, actually, it'll be $5 and €10, all of which works out about £2.72. Do you want to eat that, or do you want to have a packet of McDonald's for cats, otherwise known as Whiskers? Yeah, no, he eats nothing but junk food, this dude. But he's had a rough go of it over the course of his life. He's deaf as a post, and he eats Whiskers. You try giving him anything better than that, and not a chance. Not a chance. Ghostlash says, I'm your age, so catch the majority of the pop culture references. You're also American, so you don't catch them all, and you're lazy and no interest in editing videos. Perfect candidate. And there you go. You see, you've got the wrong 50% there. I get a bunch of young, eager beavers who are very keen to edit videos. Yeah, they are. But I have no idea how to edit mine. You see, you would actually be able to cherry pick. That's good, that's waffle. But you're not interested in editing videos. If I could somehow graft you on to a 19-year-old who's got all the time in the world and a hooky copy of Adobe Premiere, then we've got a match made in heaven. Right. I'm going to do something with these forks. Is this tractor on? Well, usually it'll tell you. There you go. Ah, we're moving. Are we, or is the world moving?
My question to you, I swear it's an accident.
Yeah.
Brakes are nightmare with a lag. Whoa, like I said.
There you go. Are you working wood chips there, Mike?
Trying to, yeah, it's very painful there.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, why you don't just pull
Look,
the trailer up next to
once
the
all this
sawmill?
is gone, once it's all gone, then it'll all be fine. Good. Yo,
We should
chocolate
just
tubes
tip them
catching
in
up
like
again.
big bags. You fill in one and another person dumping them in.
I've converted this flat thing into a.
Oh no, yeah, we're constantly been switching, reconfiguring the dragon.
Yeah.
We're the
But
most
yeah,
reconfigured vehicle here.
Yes.
Like I reconfigured the dig rigs because it didn't really cost us anything.
I'll let them talk. Yeah, no, Yo Choco Tubes, you're catching up again. You're caught up about announcers. There's a multiplayer out there where you can choose different jobs like driver and controlling points and that sort of stuff. That's SimRail that has the signal box operator as one of the jobs. Trolling equals banned for life. That's another important point. Is the thing with multiplayer, and the thing that matters with multiplayer, is choose who you play with. You know why? Because some people enjoy larking around. And if you are larking around, great. If, however, the people you're playing with are playing deadly seriously and properly, you're not going to get on. This is not going to be friendly. It's genuinely not going to be a good time for anybody. Nobody's going to have fun. And so what might be considered trolling to some would be considered, I was just having fun. I'm not out to upset anyone, for crying out loud, just having a bit of a laugh. The only people who should genuinely be banned for life, in my opinion, are those who get their chuckles by spoiling someone else's fun. And that's the bit that's unforgivable. Is if you are deliberately trying to screw it up for someone else because them having a bad time is how you have a good time, then you shouldn't be playing with other people. You shouldn't be allowed to play with other people because you're scum. That's how I view it. Sometimes I'm quite happy to play seriously. Sometimes I'm quite happy to lark around. There's room for both in this dojo. And as long as everybody understands the fundamentals, for those of you who've never joined a Fail Brigade multiplayer game, particularly an open world one, not this one so much, although I am ruling this one with a little bit more direction than I usually give in terms of what we're trying to do and how we're trying to do it. Usually, the only rule on an open world game is don't mess with other people's stuff, right? If someone else is working on that thing, or they're building in that place, if it's in your way, get in touch with them and say, hey, I'm trying to do a thing that's coming this way. Any chance we can move your stuff? I'll even give you a hand. And if they say no, then tough. Don't mess with other people's stuff. And that's really all there is to it. And that means, don't nick their stuff. Don't bulldoze their house. All of that kind of thing. Oh, man. This is absolutely painful. And the only thing we can do to improve it is sell everything. In fact, what I might do, rather than driving this futile tractor around the joint, is I will set some things to auto sell. Now, they're not going to sell very quickly. They might. Yeah, well, actually, I don't know. Give me some R. You can't do it from there. Where's the interaction point on it? Oh, it's over there. It's a little shed. Oh, super. All right, up we go. Boop. Boop. Don't work. All right, what about this one? It does work. Okay, right. This, change it from storing into selling. And that one, change it to selling. Selling. Distributing, you've got to go, what's the difference? Distributing is if you've got other facilities in your network, it will send those supplies there. So if you've got a bakery and you've got a flour mill, it will teleport the flour into your bakery. And you kind of go, oh, but I like moving things. And you kind of go, great, don't do it then. Zuzi has been a member for 34 long months. You're disappointed because I make it sound so effortless, and now I admit that I'm mortal. I'm not entirely sure which bit that is, but unfortunately, yeah, I am actually mortal. Yeah. All right. Oh, we haven't got enough materials here to actually make any more plank. If we've got any more wood knocking around, we could do with some wood for both the sawmills and the paper mill.
There's a trailer full at Field 46.
Yeah, but if it's a container, can't do anything with that because you can't empty them, which is thoroughly stupid. But there it is. Change output mode. Selling. Yeah, I'm putting everything onto sell automatically, so we'll start to get a little trickle up in resources once I make the speed pick up. A little trickle up in income once I crank the tempo again. Nice driving there, Kevin. Blame the lag, I would.
81.
I mean, that was a beefy bit of driving. I like it. Come on.
I'm on my way to 81 to pick up the fallen pallets.
Thank you.
Right, okay.
it's just
Output
taking
mode.
me a
So
while.
I'm going to feed the cat because I don't want the cat on the desk. I want the cat off the desk. I'm too hot to have the cat on the desk. You're hot as well, which is why you're in no. Yeah, I know. You're trying to gather the food. All right, I'm gonna get this cat fed. I'll be back in a couple.
If I can just get off the lamppost. Okay, right, so here we go. Here we go. Yeah, now don't flip the truck on the corner.
Got a cat to sell that's extremely vocal for food.
Where do we sell wood chips?
We take him to the silo near the station.
Okay.
Hang on, let me find out what it's called for you in a second.
Hey, let me guess. You actually loading them on the train.
Grain West silo. They're not on the train, it's the Grain West silo. That's where we've been putting them for now. The intention is selling them later.
Yeah.
I assume, yeah, eventually just dump them onto a train.
Yeah, I think that's the point, yeah.
Mm.
I'm still on my way there. Still going. Come on. Come on.
I didn't realise it's been nine episodes so far. And just looked over the screen.
Oh, I'm about to get rammed by a school bus. Okay, I've just seen pink. No, don't crash into the car. Lag is making me drive like I'm drunk. That's my excuse, I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, I didn't concentrate on just getting the bales like on the out picked up, the corn trees picked up.
Okay, I think I found the drop pallets.
Yeah, I just saw that.
What's next on the list then?
Bricks.
Look at this place, picking everything up to reduce the amount of stuff out on the road.
Is anybody wrapping bales yet?
No.
No. Have you got a bale wrapper?
Yeah.
We
somewhere.
do? I don't know where it is.
Got a tractor.
Oh, I've got a tractor.
Should be somewhere in the yard then.
Spilt wood chips have been retrieved. I'm now stuck on a dumpster.
Let's unmute the microphone. I don't know which bit was muted, which bit wasn't. Anyway, I return, or do I? Hang on. Yes, I return. I'm back in action. Super job. Okay, it's actually no, it's because you're not in a vehicle. I think it lags less when you're on foot.
Yes.
Well, that's somewhat helpful. Yeah, no, you see, I'm gonna walk past this lagging tractor. Yeah. Yeah, you see, I'm having no trouble, but this... Oh yeah, I'm outpacing the tractor. Get in! Woohoo! That doesn't make any sense, since it's just tracking position. Although, obviously, it's tracking... I mean, if I jump... Maybe a little bit. Did I go to the bathroom with the microphone? No. No, this doesn't detach all that easily.
Run, quick!
The thing that irks me at the moment is another bit of YouTubery, which is people who are using lavalier mics or lapel mics, who hold them like a microphone, and you just kind of go, "Why are you doing that? Why are you doing it?" I've seen a good argument from someone saying actually it's become a kind of demonstrated convention for, hello, I'm an authentic amateur trying to present in a professional way, and therefore having the microphone in shot is the norm. Now I've done loads of thank you, Elsa, for thanking Tim. I was on mute, so I didn't mute myself originally and then muted myself afterwards. Genius. That's funny. You've seen a guy with one attached to a wooden spoon, and that's good because that is creative, meta, kind of pseudo commentary on how stupid it is. I've seen people holding all kinds of things like potato mashers and all of that kind of stuff. I've seen a few of those. I was going to say something about nothing. I wasn't going to say anything about it. No, I've actually looked into how do I get my microphone completely out of shot. Since I've been trying to solve the plosive issue, the main cause of the plosive issue is this beast here, which is a Shure SM7B. Right, it is the hot darts of the microphone amateur professional recording world. It's what all of your podcasters do, but of course podcasters should not be on video. That's not a personal preference. They just shouldn't. If you're just going to sit there in your room talking codswallop to some other person who's talking tedious codswallop and trying to make it sound like they know what they're talking about, you don't need to be on camera. That's the point. And at which point you should have the thing directly in front of your face in order to present it. But putting the microphone in front of your face, 1,000 years of sound engineers will look at you and just kind of go, where did the quality go? Why aren't people doing it properly? Now, this is a dynamic microphone. What's a dynamic microphone? This is among the dynamic microphones. Before this, I had an SM58, right? Also by Shure. There is not a recording studio in the country or indeed the world that you will go into that doesn't have at least a couple of them, because they are very good, they are relatively inexpensive, and they are near indestructible. This is kind of an upgrade from that. I used an SM7B when I first started. I used an SM58 when I first started. I moved to this thinking that the difference in quality was going to be vast. Not really. But it just feels... The other thing you need with this is... Where is it on this one? Oh, I've probably got it over there somewhere. You need an inline power booster in this, otherwise it's not loud enough. Even if you've got power enabled on your audio interface. Life was better before. So no, it's a dynamic microphone, which means it is supposed to be close to your speaking apparatus. And if I'll expand on this point in a moment. Apologies for plosives. I'll try and put it about there so that I can speak at the volume that I'm supposed to speak at when using one of these. Right? Yeah. This is the volume I'm supposed to use. Mic completely in my face, and speaking at what people believe is a regular speaking volume. This is not a regular speaking volume for me when I'm streaming. No, you see, I'm over here and I'm using a slightly louder voice.
Are we wrapping these bales?
Oh, yes. Yeah. The new ones, definitely wrap them. So I keep... I use a slightly higher volume of my speaking voice, which is also why, when I'm recording, my volume is all over the place. Because if I'm just muttering about some old gubbins, I'll go like, and then he's done. Oh, what's he going on over there? And I'm flipping, crikey. Now, if I was stood up and doing commentary, if I was going loud with an SM58, I would move it further away from my face when I was getting louder. You practice that. You practice your microphone technique to move the mic further away from you when you are increasing volume. If you notice singers doing it when they move the microphone away, it's because they're having to give it some extra gusto to hit a note that they're after. But the audio engineer doesn't want to have to be adjusting the volume all over the place all the time, and so 99 100, right? Yeah, so here's where I'm supposed to have it. I'm supposed to have it about here, right? And you probably won't notice too much difference in the volume between the last bit of commentary and this bit of commentary. Slightly different tone of voice, obviously, because I'm not putting as much aggro on the old vocal cords, but it's a different tone of voice, and I actually do better with it further away and being a bit louder because I'm generally quite enthusiastic. I'm just running around randomly, flipping. Yeah, see, I moved over there. See, because I knew I was going louder. God, I'm such a pro. I'm not doing anything useful. I've done this pretty much every week. Is you just kind of go, oh, he's talking about something and he's running around a field. I kind of go, well, it feels like I should be running somewhere. I shouldn't just be sat here. Might as well just turn the AFK on. And you kind of go, oh, but you're in the bottom corner and it's real and you're there and a person. And they kind of go, yes, all of that kind of stuff. I routinely experiment with AI voice synthesis stuff to see how well it can do me. I beg your pardon. Shut up. You see, because there is so much. 1Fox21 is nipping out to catch the footy. Yeah, fair play. Thanks for swinging by. You've thrown me off my game, though. Hope that doesn't happen to England. That would be dreadful. Stop it. Let people enjoy their thing. Don't yuck someone's yum. There you go. That'll go on there. No problem. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. See, I think the mistake you're making there, Pesh, is in trying to do it neatly. I think if you just bang in a bit of it, strap it on down, tell them to clear off, they get the job done, they come back, everything's flipping groovy. Saying that, I didn't do a completely awful job with that. It's very almost straight. Yeah.
We do need a delivery driver.
You need a delivery driver? Delivering what?
All these planks once they're loaded up.
Oh, all right. Yeah. Do you want this tractor then? I'm tops at driving all the way to the warehouse because it's literally 30 seconds away. It's figuratively as long as the lag takes away.
It's kind of comical with that trailer. It can be attached to the back of a forklift or the mother.
Don't attach it to the back of a forklift, you maniac. No, right. So I've been experimenting. This is a dynamic microphone. I'm back on topic, kids. Dynamic microphones designed to be used very close to your face, directly in front of you. The strength that you get from a dynamic microphone is it's very good at not picking up quite as much stuff from around you. You will notice I do not wear headset earphones, any of that kind of stuff. And most of the time, you won't pick up me hearing the game and the chaps talking, and they're on my speakers because the microphone doesn't pick it up. Sometimes it will, sometimes it won't. Depends how loud I've got it. But most of the time, no. Some of the time, yeah. So the alternative is a condenser microphone. That's what your Blue Yeti and your Blue... If you want to get into this caper, don't buy a Blue Yeti, for the love of God. It's a terrible microphone. It's absolutely dreadful. The number of people recommending it, and you just kind of go, it's god-awful. It's a perfectly acceptable microphone with one caveat. You can have no background noise at all, number one. You can't put it on the same desk that you're playing a video game on, number two. You need some audio treatment on the walls to stop them reflecting, number three. Because the sound waves bounce off all hard surfaces that you've got around. Glass is particularly bad, concrete's bad, flipping, all of it's bad. And you will get the reflected sound coming back. So right now, I've got, you see where the camera is there? Go about the same distance again and there's a wall. So I'll be getting audio reflecting back off the wall. This is, because it's quite a large room, it is quite echoey. And I mean, I can hear it echoing back, and the microphone picks it up a little. You probably won't notice it too badly unless you're listening for it. And of course, now that I've said it, you're probably going to be listening for it. You won't pick it up. It's just it's reverb, right? Rather than echo, right? Reverb. And oh, we've got disconnections going on. Right, quickly down here. Hit. Oh no, they're going to go and watch the football. They're all going to watch the football. No, they're being muted. Well, I'm fine. Maybe the lag will be better without you.
It's way better, so much better.
Oh, look at this! Crikey, it's doing it. It's doing it in real time. Woo!
3 players.
Yeah, boy. Beautiful. Yeah, no, this is well, it's a little bit slow on the draw for taking my finger off the accelerator, but I can't fault it otherwise. If you can't get back in, I will reboot the server.
I can take a guess. There's just a decent spike, and it's just dropping people.
It's BT Internet's chucked everybody out. Michael Jackson used the Shure SM7, but that's in a studio context, you see. And in a studio, you'll use the right mic for the job. SM7, great microphone. 58 is what you'll usually find people using when they're singing live. Yeah, so a condenser microphone wouldn't work in here, but the advantage of a condenser, because it picks up so much ambient sound, is you can have it completely out of camera shot. The bad news is, if your room is not audio treated at all, then it's going to pick up everything. And if you're playing a computer game, it's going to pick up every single button press that you do, every single one. Using a 15-year-old Blue Yeti, you're having fun with it picking up PC fans, right? You see, whereas I've got an actual fan just there, and you can't hear it. I know, because I test for these things. I went, how far do I need to move the fan away from me before you can't pick it up anymore? Benefits. Yeah. I mean, I've looked at using a shotgun mic, one of them pointy down efforts. Again, it's no good. It's too sensitive for picking up ambient noise. A directional mic like that. It's not as good as a straight dynamic for filtering out environmental noise. There you go. Eric is backing Norway this evening. Really, Eric? With a name like Eric, you're backing Norway? How peculiar. How very strange. How unexpected. Good luck to you and your team of merry drum-led rowing folk. I know the stuff. See, that's what you get by watching 10 minutes worth of highlights. You get to know all this stuff. That's all you need. You watch 10 minutes of highlights, it's a blagger's guide. You can sound like you know what's going on, and if you've got a pundit in there at all, you can just mimic what they said, and it makes it sound like you're well informed. Mitch says SM57s, 58s, RE20s when you were engineering and recording, but you don't use RE20s live. I don't know the RE20. Who makes that? That's not Shaw again, is it? It might be. I don't know if it isn't. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Yeah.
What would you say is the best for a room that isn't audio treated then, Colonel?
For a room that isn't audio treated, get a dynamic microphone. It's the one that's going to have to sit in your face, basically. Headset microphones are all universally garbage. Thank you. Yeah, they're all completely hot garbage. If you want to do anything where your voice is supposed to stand, for having a conversation with someone, for doing a bit of Discord voice chat like we are now, it's fine. Yeah, absolutely fine. The only problem I got with them is invariably the connection to the microphone will go, or the connection to the headphones will go, or something will flipping go, thereby rendering 2 bits of audio equipment knackered at the same time. Because you've lost your headphones as well as your microphone, because now you need another thing with a microphone. So I would always advocate getting a separate headset mic and headset headphones, even if you're wearing earbuds or something like that. A laptop microphone will do a better job than a headset mic, usually. Because laptop microphones have to be a little bit more robust.
I have a Zoom H1. That's what I'm using now.
You have a Zoom H1. I know the Zoom H1. No, I know the Zoom recorder. What the heck is a Zoom H1 when it's at home? Is that with an X or with a Z?
With a Z. I think it's the same one you're thinking of. It's the little handy recorder, but you can plug it in and it becomes a USB mic.
I've got one. Yeah.
Ah, what do you think of it?
You're the one with the 2 pointing microphones towards each other?
Yep, that one.
Oh, that's a belter. That's great. I recorded my interview with Tom, the community manager at Urban Games, for Transport Fever 2. I recorded that on a Zoom recorder.
Cool.
Yeah, no, great, and pretty good at filtering out background noise as well.
Yes.
But you can
right.
plug it in using USB, using
Using
XLR.
You don't need a battery in it. Just plug the USB stick in, and when you first plug it in on the screen, it says, "Do you want to use it like SD or do you want it as audio?" Just set audio, and it comes USB mic.
I might experiment with that. Because the other option, of course, is that I can have multiple audio sources all recording at the same time in synchronicity, and then I can pick and choose which one I want to sit with. That will require a little bit of post-record. That's interesting. I didn't know you could do that.
It's got a little tripod hole at the bottom, so I put a mini stand on it.
Yeah.
On my desk.
Magic. Oh, thank you. That was not something I was previously aware of. Oh, the one thing you should never use, if you've got a webcam and it's got a built-in microphone, for the love of God, get another microphone. Webcam microphones suck.
Oh.
Webcams also suck. Incidentally, even that one. Yep, that one you're thinking of. The Logitech C920, which everyone goes, oh no, that's the best webcam that you can. No, the camera's all right. The camera's okay, but a microphone absolutely sucks all of the smelly things.
I used to use one a long time ago, and randomly it would turn me into a chicken.
Yeah, no, get yourself use a headset microphone that's built into a pair of headphones rather than use a camera headset. Right, that's really lowest of the low, right? And then up here you've got your gamer headset microphone combo. Yeah. Yeah. A little bit above that would be a pair of earbuds and the microphone on your laptop. Okay, all right, yeah, we'll allow that. And then you're starting to get, then you got your Blue Yeti. It will be very, very echoey unless your room is sound treated, and you ain't got that kind of time. The sound treatment, incidentally, easy ways to do a bit of sound treatment if you want to do this kind of thing. Hang a blanket or a duvet on the wall that you are facing. That's That's 50% of the job done. If you have bookcases with books on, they will absorb sound really nicely and deflect it in a kind of diffuse fashion. You don't need to go and buy the stupid sponge stuff, which will not soundproof your room even slightly, but it will help to make the audio reflections not reflect quite as awfully. But a duvet on the wall, if you want the ultimate, duvet over your head. You, the microphone, your head, inside a duvet. You and your head at the same time. I'm not even kidding. That's about the best sound protection money can buy. Yeah, just a duvet. Yeah, over your head, microphone in there as well. Speak quite quietly. You won't get any reflections in that in the slightest. Duvets. Yeah. Big blanket. A big blanket will usually do a pretty good job. But a duvet, yeah, that's well absorbent. There you go. That, I mean, it might not make you look like a complete professional. But people go, they don't necessarily look professional, but they do know what they're doing.
Often the best solution is the simplest one.
So there's that. If you need it right now, right here, yeah. You and your head at the same time. That's the ideal, obviously. Frederick B, 3,543, has been a member of the Fail Brigade for 28 long months and has invoked the Fail Brigade really bad icon wagons. They are dreadful. I mean, I looked at them just after I made them originally and I went, they're not very good. Let's use them. And then Floody has been a member of the Fail Brigade for 23 long months, just short of the 2-year marker, but he's letting us know that he's leaving now. Why are you leaving now? Is it because the foot 2 ball is on? I could put the foot 2 ball on screen too. I was tempted, and then I could comment on it in real time. Oh, what's happening? Oh, he's pretending to be injured. Okay. Yeah, no, he's better now. Oh, really? Did he get a free go?
Out the magic sponge.
No, he didn't. He didn't get a free go. Ah, that's a shame. Yeah. You find a uber professional appearance to be off-putting. A simple cam view and getting on with it is nicer. Expand, Janelli. Expand it. Tell me the ultra professional. I just want to see the picture that you've got in your head. I want to make sure that what you're saying and what I'm imagining is the same thing. Milkman says I might try that on my next conference call. I would. You're just going to go, oh, no, I'm a professional. I saw there was a bloke on the internet said it, and I'm doing it now. How does it sound? Pretty good. I've activated stealth mode. Really? How stealthy are you in the room? Not particularly, because there's a large lump in the middle of the room with a duvet over their head, and there is muffled noise coming from within. Oh, I see. But you know, horses for courses. It can work. That's good. Wolfgang earlier asked, what do I prefer? Do I prefer making videos or do I prefer streaming? I think, and this is controversial, I think that I should utterly change my streaming format. Completely change my streaming format. You're all going, yes. And yeah, I think I should do it as a podcast. And I don't mean have someone who doesn't know anything about anything on to go, hello, tell me about the thing you know nothing about. No. Instead, it could be this kind of environment. But I think the mistake I make with it is in trying to make it about a game. And it's never about a game. And I know that that's what you lot like. The thing is that I'm advertising it as a game. Now, if it's just me playing on myself, then yes, you get a bit more game out of it because ultimately I do have to continue playing the thing and occasionally it means I talk about the thing. So yeah, but when everybody else has nicked all the good stuff, and I'm doing it again, and I'm running around a field. That's a slightly that's a slightly different state of affairs. Generally, it goes the graphic camera border, social icons in some corner, sponsor stuff on the screen. What you were referring to, Pate01 or Pate01 has said, "Am I the only one who can't stand streamers with the giant picture-in-picture of their face blocking half the screen?" Yes, you're not the only one. Yeah, 100%. I completely agree. You will notice I'm dead tiddly in the bottom corner compared to many other streamers, and that's purely because I know that some of you quite enjoy the gesticulating and that kind of thing. So I'm here as in a nominal kind of a fashion to show that it's live and I'm in person and all of that kind of stuff. But what if you're watching the stream back again? Use your intelligence and go like, oh no, this is pre-recorded. But yeah, no, I did. It's all a question of why are people watching? If I was hot gorgeousn's, then I'd allow myself to fill more of the screen. But I'm not. I'm a middle-aged bloke with fantastic hair and a face for radio, and therefore lean into it, baby. Just make it lean into, boo. But if I was hot gorgeousness, the tips would go up if I made the picture bigger. It's the people who are not hot gorgeousness and yet believe they are. Yeah, and that's objectively hot gorgeousness. You see, I'm only gorgeous in an intellectual kind of a fashion. At which point I'm. I don't know. I was trying to think of who's hot gorgeousness, and I couldn't remember her name. Because it's. Is this pre-recorded? Yes. And hang on, it'll come to me. Margot Robbie. There you go. I mean, it's not that I want to run off with Margot Robbie. Nah. She seems like she might be quite good fun to hang around with, but she's not my taste. But the point is that she is objectively a very beautiful woman. Yeah. You could have gone with Ryan Gosling. All right. If I look like Ryan Gosling with his flipping winning boyish smile, don't you think Reynolds is prettier? No, because he's too smug. Don't get me wrong, I like Ryan Reynolds just fine, but I think Gosling's the better looking bloke. Neither of them really do it for me. I prefer a bloke with a bit of meat on him, but that's because I am a bloke with a bit of meat on me. You see, and I want someone who's a bit more clearly been through it. Felicity Kendall, classic Felicity Kendall. Woohoo! Yeah, I can understand that, but no, I'll go Jenny Agutter from that era instead, and I'm right. Do I have tatots? do I have tatots? I do have tatots. Yes, I've got 4. They're all small, but I've got 4 tatots. I got one when I was 18, one when I was 19, one when I was 20, and one when I was 48. There you go. You go Anna Kendrick. Oh, no, you see, Anna Kendrick, I think it's tremendously good fun to knock around with. You can't pass her off as hot gorgeousness, though. That is an eye of the beholder kind of a thing. Yeah. So much time watching Logan's Run and American Werewolf. No such thing as too much time. Although you do have to put up with flipping Richard York. It is Richard York, isn't it? Logan's Run. Anyone? Richard York? Is someone York? Anyway, there you are. Yeah. No, I don't know how he ever gets work. He is as wooden as it is possible to be. Even, what jobs need doing now? Oh, we've finished up here. We might even be able to flog the, don't say this out loud, Might be able to flog the forklift trucks. Pink will leave the server immediately and go, what?
You
Yeah,
might have a rebellion on your hands there.
Yeah, I know.
Don't make
No,
me
we'll keep
shove
them. I'm
the
not selling
cake.
anything. We're not selling. Michael York, thank you. Big Galar there, diving in. Anna Kendrick, you fell in love in Scott Pilgrim versus the World. Nah, that's Audrey Plaza, isn't it? That's a Scott Pilgrim. I love Scott Pilgrim. I think it's a very, very well directed movie that really understands the source material and is very, very clever, very well directed. And I think that Mary Elizabeth Wanstead, Ms. Wanstead, I think is miscast. Now, she has since spoken about it, saying that everyone views her as a manic pixie dream girl, and she is playing it as though she is bored of everybody treating her like a manic pixie dream girl. And I see that from her performance, but at the same time, she doesn't have edge. She's a really interesting actress because she's good, right? She can act. I've seen her act, and her acting's great. The prequel to The Thing, she's in that as the lead scientist. She's very good. I got nothing but praise for her performance, but it's really hard to know exactly where. She doesn't have an identifiable kind of caricature character type. Now, that's a good thing because that's an actress. Dislike Felicity Jones. Yeah. Right? Felicity Jones can proper act. Right? She's proper act. Who's Felicity Jones? She's some matey girl out of Rogue One. Right? Your lead rogue in Rogue One. None of the characters have names in that movie, other than R2-D2. Is he in it? I don't know. Regardless, yeah, she can proper act. She's not a lead actress. She was very, very good as Ruth Bader Ginsburg. She was very good in that. In The Balloonist, she was very good in that as well. But there's a charisma hole in her nature. I'm trying to draw a parallel with Elizabeth Winstead, and this is an entirely subjective point on my part, is not naturally magnetic. Did I talk about the Kylie documentary a couple of weeks ago? Pretty sure I did. Anybody?
I can't remember.
You weren't flipping paying attention. So yeah, I watched the Kylie Minogue documentary on Netflix, and you kind of go, I didn't have you down as a Kylie fan. I go, how can you not be a Kylie fan? No, I don't mean that because she's attractive or anything along those lines. I think because her career path has been genuinely interesting, and I wanted to fill in the gaps, so I watched the documentary, and they did. Yeah, because I said Nick Cage where I meant Nick Cave. I'm sure I talked about this a couple of weeks ago. Anyway, I watched it, and Nick Cave said when they were first, because they wanted to do like an Aussie stick together thing, and they invited her to come along. So Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds invited her to come along to a rehearsal, and they were all really nervous, right? Because they're a jobbing rock band, and Kylie's this flipping megastar, and they were all really nervous. And she comes into the rehearsal, and Nick Cave says, it's like someone turned the sun on. She came in, and she was just such a beam of sunlight coming into the room, happy and positive and can-do, and it's like the entire band just kind of went, oh, that's nice. And that's what I mean by having a kind of a magnetic charisma that sort of shines through, and Kylie's definitely got that, and her sister has it in a very different kind of a way, which is interesting. on a subjective basis. When I was talking about Julia Roberts earlier on, she's got a kind of magnetic charisma about her performances. Yeah, good. What was the point? Well, yeah, you got onto Scott Pilgrim for a moment, and then we swerved around a bit, and now we're back again. All right, okay, groovy. Madcap Martin says, what are my 3 tatots that you can't guess pictures of? Do you know the last one? Because I mentioned it on a reduced. You probably do. Yeah, feel free to guess. Yeah, I don't mind that at all. I'll give you a hint. I've got one there. All right. I've got one here. All right. Hold on. No, I'll do them in chronological order. I got one there. All right. And then I got one here. Then I got one there. And the tattooist says, "Are you ticklish?" And I went, "Yeah." And he goes, "Right, this is going to hurt." He wasn't wrong. And then I got one there. Thank you very much. You're pretty surprised how Amy Winehouse went from pretty to depressed with a great voice. People do. People change a lot. The change to Kylie when she started knocking around with Michael Hutchins was like night and day. That very much changed her. Ribs must hurt like hell. Yes, it does. I don't recommend it at all. Do not recommend. Yeah. Shoulder there, barely feel it. There, barely feel it. I mean, you'll notice, obviously, but it won't be off-putting particularly. This particularly, because it's where they jab you, and therefore having a tattoo done there that's nothing. Yeah, but yeah, ribs is painful. I've heard that the top of your foot is incredibly painful. And you're going to suffer the most pain where there is the least. This is one pointed to the palm of my hand, where there is the least fat between the skin and the underlying kind of nerve structure. You're welcome. You're going with an Anchor, A Heart with Mom, and Eddie from Iron Maiden. It's a good guess. The only one of them is close. Oh yeah. Inside the wrist isn't fun either. Again, yeah. Because no fat. Yeah. One of them is indeed a cartoon. Arguably, 2 of them are cartoon characters, but only one of them you'll have heard of. Yeah. And that's the only one I regret as well. It's the only one I regret. I knew I wanted one, didn't know what I wanted. So I went, I'll have that. Yeah, you can tell I was young. What an idiot. Hey ho. I'm going to ride on Daz's lawnmower. You're doing sterling work here, Daz. Just merrily crack it. You're doing sterling work too, Fred. Don't think I don't appreciate you. You're appreciated. Right, there you are. Yeah, good. Tattoos on the chest are not too bad. You ran out of space to get more done there. James, have you got a collection of have you got an assortment, or have you got, like, flipping flaming eagle wings, or maybe the Virgin Mary in a Latino kind of a fashion? No judgment. Aaron Terpstra has been a member of the Fail Brigade for 27 long months. There you go. Ooh! It's not Tasmanian Devil, I'm disappointed, or Marvin the Martian. It's Marvin the Martian. I've got Marvin the Martian there. Yeah, I'm not even joking. I got Marvin the Martian going on there. If I'd thought about it, I should have had Yosemite Sam. But then again, that'd be too on the nose. But no, it is Marvin the Martian. It's the only one I regret because it's the only one that's not personal. Yeah, there you are. Yeah. I'm surely I've told you that. You can't all have guessed it. No. I must have told you that. You people are cheating. You must be. Yeah. No. Hacks. That's what I'm calling on that one. Yeah.
I wonder if
there you
Google
go.
AI knows. Do a search for what tattoos you've got.
Well, no, no, there you go. That can turn up on my Wikipedia page when it eventually turns up at some point, but that won't be until I'm arrested for some sort of crime. Wait for it. Yeah. Yeah. You personally consider both of them. It's entirely up to you what you have. I would recommend, number one, don't put someone's name in it unless they're already dead. No, or it's your kids. Number two, because the number of relationships that split up is a minimum 50%. So unless you're 90, in which case it may be worth you knowing that as you get older, your skin becomes less good at getting tattoos, and you're more likely to shred it. So your tattoo artist will probably know more about that. Unless they don't, there you go. No band names they can break up. Nope, that's fine. But I wouldn't. I'd do something that's personal. Yeah, go for something that someone's going to look at and go, what's that? There you go. If you have to explain it, there's a story attached, and that makes it interesting. As you're going to go, Marvin the Martian, yeah, quality. You go, yeah, and that's the end of the conversation. No, unless the next part of the conversation is, what made you get that? Who made you get that? Was that for a dare? Yeah. The other thing, if you've never had one, tattoos are addictive. They are very, very addictive. Once you've got one and it's on and it's in there, you're immediately starting to think two things only. One, where am I putting it? Two, what am I putting there? I am not joking. You can't commit to something that permanent. Exactly, you're still telling your wife that you might just make it, and you've been together 33 years. I know that. I mean, that would feel dicey. You've been eyeing a tattoo of an owl made entirely of triangles. Nice. I don't need to know why. It sounds conceptual. Yeah. Always wanted a tattoo, never know what to get or where. You see, and those are the two questions. Oh yeah, quite fancy one. What would you get? I don't know. Where would you have it? I don't know. Don't get it on your face. No. Not until you've murdered someone in prison anyway. Once you've done that, get the flipping eye droplet going on there. Although it does rather paint you as a target for the hardest inmate in B Wing, who's got something to prove. Would be my guess, obviously, with having not been the hardest inmate on B Wing, I couldn't actually tell you for certain. Yeah. Yeah. BBC Micro or Acorn symbol. Your choice entirely. Yeah. I mean, I think getting a logo of a corporation is maybe not great. That said, I was thinking about cool brands to have on a t-shirt. I watch a channel called Boy Boy, which is an Australian investigative journalist, and his dipstick mate, who and between them they make a whole bunch of. If you've seen the channel, I Made a Thing, right? It's his mate, Alexa, who does investigative journalism, and his signature T-shirt that he wears is a Ribena T-shirt, and I go, that's cool, because it is a slightly retro brand that has positive connotations with it, and therefore it kind of works. So a little bit too heavy-handed would be a Blockbuster logo, right? Because Blockbuster have gone bust. There's another YouTuber well, he's a streamer more than a YouTuber. He plays Hitman. Can't think of his name. I find him a little bit annoying, but his commentary is very good. Yeah, I find his mannerisms annoying. Plenty of people find me annoying, so that's fine. Yeah, no, I find his mannerisms a bit annoying, but his commentary is very good, so I watch anyway. And he's got a Lehman Brothers cap that he wears on investment days. They went belly up. You know you want an Arasaka logo. I don't know. It's interesting. I find the umbrella. There you go. You're in the same region, right? An umbrella corporation tattoo. You're in the same region, which is fine. I can understand people. Or a Wayland Yutani tattoo. Performative nerdery. I just have a little bit of a really. Yeah, I mean, okay. And I think my response to that is typical. Sorry, I've got a bit of heartburn coming in. I'm trying to wash it down. I don't get heartburn very often, but I recognise it when I do. I'm old. What you want there is a jug of Gaviscon. Bang down a jug of Gaviscon. I might actually go and get a drink of milk. I'm actually going to get a drink of milk. Wait a tick. Hang on.
This is gonna. This is some space for it to spawn the grass. And all these power lines are going to be amazing, but they'll get combines at some point.
Yeah, what should we get? Of course, the biggest one.
There could be a couple of mid-sized ones.
Cheers.
He's looking for a couple.
Settle. I haven't eaten anything weird. And that's the thing, every time I get this sort of acidy, refluxy kind of a heartburn thing going on, I haven't eaten anything weird. It happens maybe once every 2-3 months, and usually while I'm asleep, which is right hassle. Don't get older. That's my advice to you people. All of your systems start to break down, and you kind of go, well, you never did that before. What's your problem? Everything was fine. We were getting along. It was all good. And now you're having to go like, oh no, you've got to get up carefully because your knee's dubious. And you're going to go, sod that. No. Getting older is well overrated. Yeah, there you go. Good. Muse to woast. No, it can't possibly be it. Must. Either is it backwards? So some. No. No, I don't know. I'm going to call you Must. Must is two 8-year-old frick. Fair play. Getting old sucks. No, it's just not advertised. You kind of start learning it in your 30s where you wake up one morning and something hurts for no reason. And it turns out it's because you slept wrong. And you kind of go, what do you mean I slept wrong? You slept wrong. And you go, what? And then from your mid-40s, it's not so much... it's not so much that that occasionally thing goes wrong. You wake up every morning and you kind of go, nothing else has gone wrong today. It's a good day. It all just starts breaking. Speaking of Logan's Run, I think there's a lot of merit to it. We should pick an age, and it's and very, very simple. We'll pick an age, and after that point, you're turned into fertilizer. But up until that age, nothing goes wrong. You're 100% brilliant. Everything just works. Oh no, that's how you fix society. Would you like to be a billionaire? Yes. Then your max age limit is 30. I want to work a regular job and do all right and have some kids and, you know, maybe see a couple of grandkids, maybe own my own house. 60. Oh, okay. I want to struggle for my entire life, never quite have enough together and feel vaguely unsatisfied with most of it. You can go to 90. There you go. So the tougher you're going to have it, the more years you get in Uncle Failure's Logan's Run. Let me know if you want to sign up. There you go. That's all. That's it. Yeah. No cheating. No takesies, backsies. You ride the horse that you chose to ride. Oh, but which would you sign up for? The fire that burning the brightest and lasts the least and the whatnot. When your pillow starts taking on the shape of your face and your face takes on the shape of the pillow, there is that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, good. There. Right. Yeah. I don't know, to be honest. I don't. I believe that life is precious and that every day that you are given should be one that you try and make the best of. You try and make the most of it and tell the people you care about how much they mean to you. Because you never know when you won't get the opportunity again. Yeah, I flipped that one on you, didn't I? Yeah, I made that serious. Yeah, it's not light-hearted anymore. You go, oh, flipping heck, he's chucked a flipping serious line in. Oh, no. Thanks. Would I get belter tattoos from The Expanse? No, I would, and I wouldn't get Trill tattoos from Star Trek. I wouldn't get the Star Trek logo tattoo. Would I get the Colonel Failure logo? I might have done 5 years ago. Now, no.
Now you wrecked the channel.
Now that I've wrecked my channel, no, I probably wouldn't. I'd go for a successful channel. No, that's not the reason. And I think it's because I'm not as hell-bent on it, although I'm starting to be. You back up 5, 6, 7 years ago, I was all about like rah 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 about my channel and its behaviour, and I was like hard charging to try and make it as good as I possibly could. Obviously that didn't work. But now that I'm coming out of a couple of years of semi-hiatus, I guess, I'm really keen on it again. And I'm really enjoying it. And, you know, it's like I've remembered why I loved it in the first place. And that's really good. It would be splendid. It would still be splendid to become a YouTube millionaire. That'd be lovely. And I'd be into that. But at the end of the day, I like the process. I like all of the bits to do with it. Frankly, it's really, really good fun, and I'll go back to doing it full time. Because the brief period where I did it full time, I wasn't doing that full time. I was grieving full time, and didn't know it. Grief's a funny bugger. It really is. In the sense that it really isn't. But it is a mysterious, evil mistress that you look back afterwards and kind of go, oh, yeah, I understand why I was such a mess. Yeah. Taking it serious again. Sorry, kids, didn't mean to. That was all good. As long as you're enjoying stuff yourself, that's what matters. As long as you're enjoying yourself sufficiently that your bills are paid. Yep, absolutely. Completely agree. If you had to pick one, you might make a tattoo of a watch that says now. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that would be personal, and therefore it ticks all the boxes. Yeah, if it ticks all the boxes, then that's all the boxes that you need ticking. You don't need any other boxes ticking. I probably wouldn't, but that's because it's not personal to me. But you see, that's interesting. How people choose to decorate themselves. You can only judge it subjectively on, oh, I wouldn't have that. And you kind of go, hey, well, you haven't. There you go. Well, they've got them flipping ear spacer things. I don't understand why people get them flipping ear spacer things. They've stopped doing it quite so much these days. You kind of go, that's just wrecking your ears. And it's not pretty. What are you playing at? Why? Why are you doing it? You're not some kind of native indigenous flipping tribes person. What are you playing at, you strange individual? And yet, if it makes them happy, they're not hurting anyone other than their earlobes. And there you are. That's my statement. There you go. That's body modifications. The full. That's it. That's the entire topic. Really, is, well, I mean, does it make you happy? Yeah. Well, good on you. I mean, it's a bit weird. There you are. Right. Why is it still lagging so much over here? Is it because of you people bailing? Pink's getting stuck in on the ploughing. Pink read the flipping brief. Loving your work, Pink. That's right. Yeah, the ploughing hath commenced. 1.7 in the bank. That's not as much as I anticipate. No. Dr. Gompen has been a member of the Fail Brigade for 55 long months. Of all the farming streams, you had to be 2.5 hours late for this one. Has the wheat occurred? No, we're not ready for wheat yet. This is the prepare for wheat.
That'll run the post boxes.
My giddy aunt. Just so much lagalicious. Yeah.
It's not too bad by
I'm
the
Shaun of
bales,
the Dead has
actually,
been a member
like.
for 34 long months. Sorry, carry on, fellas.
So I
Thank
said
you, Shaun.
the lag's not too bad by the bales now. It seems to have eased off.
I don't know, my tuk-tuk was having a seizure a moment ago.
I'm going to move this bale out about the traffic just in case I might help.
Yeah, that will be contributing to things not being as healthy as they could otherwise be. I mean, don't get me wrong, the lag at the operation centre isn't as bad as it was during the pallet load section. There's a van up here. This is where I was actually going. There's a van up here that is broken. It's an AI van, and he's stuck. Oh, he's gone. It's because I talked about it. Yeah. Okay. Oh, no. Now this car is stuck. Why are you stuck, little car? What's in your way? The train's not coming. There is... I mean, we know that cars will very merrily... Do you think it's maybe this bit of grass? No. Surely not.
I think they always think the barrier's down for some reason.
But they never used to. We've obviously ruined it for them somehow. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's their problem, not ours. They're the ones who need to get their life in order. He's got no drama. He was coming up this road. Oh, big lag blip there. Yeah. Right. Yeah, for those of you late to the party, is the scheme is we're on the last grass harvest now. We have, if we evaluate the full map situation, we've got, what's that? About maybe 3/5 of the map area is under our control, or the harvestable, the farmable map area, about 3/5, maybe just over a half, is under our control. Pretty much all the trees have gone. How's it going up in the tree zone?
Still cutting trees and then container them.
Okay, trees are still going. Let's go. Let's drive up there and see the tree fellas. There might be 4 of them in action. It's an old joke, but I'll use it anyway. Yeah, because it's a good one. Yeah, so it's an Irish joke. I don't think it's I don't think it's particularly denigrating of the Irish. It's not. And yet it might well be. I don't know. I don't think anybody from Ireland would find it particularly offensive. But then I'm not Irish, and therefore I can't possibly judge. Lag due to having so many fields under ownership. I think it's because it could be the number of fields, but I've had this level of ownership myself on single player, and it doesn't lag. I think it's synchronizing a lot, and so it's going to be some flipping physics calculation that's having to replicate itself across multiple PCs that is causing the problem. Yeah. Yeah. Is there a way to watch your minions work somewhere when you leave the server running? Is there a way to watch your minions work somewhere when only if they stream? Yeah. Incidentally, for reference, anybody who wants to stream a Fail Brigade game that is a multiplayer game like this is more than welcome to do so, even when I'm doing it myself. In fact, is anyone streaming today? No. No. Sometimes there'll be a co-stream going on this.
Oh, there's okay. There's a whole bunch of scrap pieces of wood up here. That's probably not helping. I just ran over.
There you go.
And in the grass.
When we finish mucking about with trees, the lag should ease a little bit. Yeah. But it'll be what it is. I'm not going to read it out, Rusty, because that could be considered spoilers for those who want to watch it later.
Yeah.
And it could be considered not interesting to those who don't care. They are. Yeah. Good. Yeah. Right. Yeah. This is a nice bit of mowage going on up here at the top end. Never did quite get everything planted up here, but hey, it doesn't matter. It will be wheatified when the wheatification cometh. I know what I was going to do. I was going to buy a combine harvester. And then I can price it up adequately and we'll know how much I need to spend for next week's mighty harvest. Theoretically. I don't know if it's going to work. Yeah. I could sell all of the machinery that we own. By which I mean the sawmills and the bale store and the rest of it. I could sell that midweek. That would ease it up. Sell the horses. Yeah. The horses are eligible to breed. Just in case you were still wondering. I'm sure you were. Have they been fed yet? If not, the world isn't going to end.
Is there enough space for foals?
Yeah, I mean, we could squeak one in there somewhere. I'm sure of it. But what I'm interested in is the number of masculine named horses who are going to suddenly become pregnant. And you kind of go, and that's just how it is. Yeah, it just flipping tuck is driving me nuts. Not a euphemism. Right. Okay, tree policy. Unless it is clearly interfering with a bit of land that could be planted up quite easily, let us just clean up the rest of the ones that have already been felled and not chopped down anymore. No one's actually cleaning up the trees. I bet they are. I bet there's someone using Billy Beefcake tractor and its grabby claw. In fact, where is it? Because that's almost certainly doing that kind of thing. Pesh is making the downhill section of a bit of wheat fields. I'll go and get the stump executor and execute those stumps.
Drive.
Go on, get up
That's
there.
the beefcake one. We need a beefcake tractor for a beefcake.
Get up there. It's unclear how much of this is lag and how much of it is gutless tuk-tuk.
I think it's all lag. About the same.
I'm blaming the lag, certainly not my driving.
You tell that was an autosave or not? It wasn't that time.
There we go. Right, turn it off, jump out. Alright, let's go and make a mess. Okay. Power it up. Make sure that works. That works. Alright, let's roll. Oh, I abandoned a Senor Fatty in the middle of a field earlier on. You might find it while you're ploughing or what have you.
Right.
When you suddenly feel a fun.
If you find one randomly, you'll go, ah, I found it. Okay, yeah. Here we go. Right, easy now. Yeah, I know that's not a tree stump, that's a bit of log and we could easily harvest it. But who's got that kind of time? Let's just nuke it.
It's
if-
these tiny pieces, you might as well just
If we
grind them
can.
up.
Backwards, tractor, backwards.
Could you nuke that shrubbery that's near you as well, please?
Yep. I might go and get the other attack. You know what I should have? I should have the other attack. There's Dralu. He's working logs. Hey, the log worketh continue. What do you want? These two in the middle?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Okay. They're actually going to need to be chopped rather than immediately destroyed. But I can destroy what is left over after. Oh. Is that not? This one doesn't appear to be plugged in. All right, I'll put a power saw on it and see what happens.
Yeah, they can be ground with that and cut them first.
Yeah,
I've cut that on the trees that can't be chainsawed.
that's all good. It's all going to work. It's all legitimate. Rather
If you
like
run
myself.
the stump grinder over those things you just chop down, it'll get rid of them as well.
I've got it, Daz. I've got it, baby. I've got it. Stump grinding is one of the things I do. Because it's all that's left, because very few people want to do it. But that's okay. You know, when it comes to like doing a bit of forklifting, you're fighting them off with a stick. Driving the truck somewhere, sign me, flip, I'm into it. I came here to chew bubblegum and drive the truck. And I didn't have any bubblegum to begin with, so to be honest, I came here to drive the truck. And that's fine. Not me, big tractor. And that's why I nicked it the second I got on the server. Yeah, you see? Yeah, I was thinking ahead. Not me, no, I'm doing introductions and talking a lot of old rubbish and saying hello to random people on the internet. And then when I turn around, all the good stuff's gone. Because everybody else is going, well, while he's doing that, I'll have the good stuff. Let's leave him a tuk-tuk and a Senor Fatty and see if he can figure it
It's
out.
just a cloud of dust.
And then when he comes past, you can kind of go, oh, here you go, you can use my tractor. And they're going to go, no, it's all right. I'll be over here and sad. 2.3 million. That was a good sale. What happened there? Was that a container? Must have been. No, that's a very large amount of money. What the hell did we just sell? We were at like 1.7, 1.8. How do we make £500,000 in the blink of an eye? None of you have got financial controls. I'm not letting you take out loans. You're entirely untrustworthy.
Must have sold something. No idea what.
So whoever's guilty is just kind of going boop, 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 boop. He's going to forget about it and start talking about something random any second, and I'll have gotten away with it.
There'll be a big chunk of land missing or something.
It'll be the same as when I rock up and I go, "Where did this truck come from? I thought I said no buying trucks." And you'll go, "Oh, isn't it good?" And I kind of go, yeah, I'm sure it is, but I said no buying flipping. Auto sale. I mean, auto sale of £500,000 worth of stuff. Oh, we did just go past midday, but it wouldn't have been £500,000 worth of stuff. Can't have been. We didn't have £500,000 worth of stuff left over.
There was an awful lot of pallets left in the sawmills. Like over 100 in each.
Okay.
Are they still there? The old
Well,
one.
whatever it was, I'm sure it was fine.
Yeah, I just checked the stream. There was nothing. It didn't come up with a sale. It just ticked up the number. Just jumped
It's that
up.
the number just went big. You're welcome. Well, I mean, I would expect the lag to be gone. It hasn't.
Those
No,
pallets don't exist.
no matter. It's all good.
Yeah.
There you go. The financial the financial page will say that it's in there, but it won't say what it was, because the financial page doesn't include a chronological log of transactions. Ooh, get you with your flash language. Well, it's the right language.
Apparently we've made $1 million this month. We sold products.
That's not bad going, is it? Anyway, I'm going to get these stumps tended to, and then I'm going to go and buy a combine, and I will be declaring the combine brand of champions that we will be sporting multiple copies of next week. Get
On board for the class.
get murked. All right, that's going to need to be ploughed. That one won't comply.
I need to get the big mulcher on it.
Yeah, the big mulcher will do it, but the saw blade isn't having an impact.
There's lots of stumps over here as well, Carno.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm just trying to get the truck to the tractors to stop going forwards at the moment. I'm being assaulted by internet demonry. Yeah. I uninstalled Monster Train yesterday. You'll be pleased to hear. And yeah, I didn't know you were playing Monster Train. Yeah, I know. Monster Train 2, I bought it in the Steam sale. I went like, you really shouldn't have bought this. So I played it. I played some more. I played a bit more. I played some more. I played a bit more. So I've uninstalled it. What's Monster Train? It's a card battling thing where you play as demons or angels or some such on a train bound for hell or heaven or something, and it's a card battler, and you build a deck over the course of a run, and then the run ends and you'll have unlocked more stuff. Okay, yeah. The playthrough session length is too long. This is not a criticism. It's too long in that it is a huge time sink. It will enormously destroy however much time you thought you had available, and therefore it has been slung out the door as a you do have other things to do distraction. But I know that it's there somewhere. They are. Right.
I think when that one comes out, we can always say our lives goodbye.
Whereabouts am I looking? Down here at the bottom of the slope? Oh,
It was
that
just
tree's
up on
just...
the left,
It must have
the other side of
caught
the
fire or
container
something.
trailer.
There you go.
Other side of the container trailer, up on the left.
Other side of the container trailer. Not currently seeing the container trailer. I'm sure I
Directly in
will.
front of you. On the left.
That's it. Yeah, I got it. Oh, hang on. There's one there that could do with my special attention. You've been playing Star Trucker, and now you're playing Pal Worlds. Okay. The new 3.0 update for 7 days to die has stolen all your free time. Okay. If they had any sense at all, we should be talking about the release of 7 Days to Die 3. 9 Days to Die. Well, they started at 7. Yeah, but they have absolutely no sense in the slightest. And they're doing a... See, the thing is, No Man's Sky, right? I was talking about No Man's Sky earlier on. I'm going to talk about it again now. I think you all know my feelings on No Man's Sky. You don't? Oh, glad you asked. It's not a very good game. I play it with every new update, and I burn through all the stuff in the new update in as short an amount of time as possible, because it is deeply unengaging by and large. For example, if they kind of go like, in this update, you can become an intergalactic goat herder. Ooh. How does that work? How do you pick and choose the goats that you herd, and what's the benefit of having the goats that you've then subsequently herded? And where can you take those herds? And why would you take them there? No, never mind any of that. Here's a goat. Click on it. Job done. Congratulations. You're an intergalactic... That's a No Man's Sky update, right? Is when they describe what it is, you, as a humble, regular, everyday gamer, could immediately, in the space of about 2 minutes, imagine how you would make that brilliant. They won't have done that. Instead, they'll have done something that you had as a... To start with, we'll make some goats. And that's where they stop. They don't do any more than that. Oh, we've had 10 years of brilliant updates. No, you haven't. You had 10 years of completely Mickey Mouse updates. Of like, we should think about hiring a game designer. Nope, not getting one. We've got to make that $250 million last somehow. Kind of go. But, what if they wanted 2 goats? Only if they're on separate planets. Oh, is there an advantage in doing it that way? Nope. Only that it means that we've only got to figure out how to let them own 1 goat. It's hardly a herd, though. Yeah. So, there. Right, now I couldn't make it. So it's... I'm not going to slip into the same category as a games journalist, where they say something's completely rubbish, and then give no other criticism. Those who can't teach. Those who can't teach, criticise. So there's that. But for my money, the No Man's Sky updates are complete tosh. And No Man's Sky... See, and there's a reason. There's a very good reason for this. A very good reason for it. And the very good reason is simply... It was supposed to be a game about exploration. It was always... When you heard them talking about it to begin with, it was always supposed to be a game about exploration, about going off and visiting this massive galaxy and checking out new worlds and all of that kind of thing. The problem with it is, I said this briefly last week, is if your worlds are all procedurally generated, they're all bland. You might go, oh, there's bubbles coming out of the ground. Yeah. Right, I'm going to fly around to the other side of the world. Okay. There's bubbles coming out of the ground. Yeah, all right. I'm going to fly to the north, bubbles coming out of the ground. It's exactly the same everywhere, and as such, the planets, they all feel very generic, despite the fact that they have got plenty of different characteristics going on. But it feels like no real care and attention has been put into this. All of the care and attention is in the magic generation machine they've got going on, and how they fed the magic generation machine with more things to generate things magically. Right. Anyway, where was I going? I was talking about 9 Days to Die. Yes. So No Man's Sky. Part of the reason that the updates, in my humble opinion, based on things. Part of the reason these updates are so lackluster is because 75% of the team's working on Light No Fire, which is the fantasy single world based No Man's Sky 2. But it's fantasy and it's all based on one planet. It's the same bloody game, but it's on a planet and it's what have you. So they've been trialling some of the new mechanics. This is a little bit internet conspiracy theory hat, but probably accurate. I believe it. They've been trying some of beta testing the mechanics for Light No Fire by calling it a No Man's Sky update. Clever, because this is going to help them get their next £250 million. That will keep them going for another century. I mean, fair play. Totally fair play to them. Totally fair play to them. I talk to a good friend of mine on a regular basis. Both of us are games industry, and we both go like, we should get a game made. Yes. Yeah. What would be the objective? I'd like to walk away with £1 million, sell the game to whoever, and call it a day. Yeah, that'd probably do. Right? Yeah, it's not about like, oh no, I want to make a brilliant series of games that last for 30 years. No, I want £1 million and I'll just walk away from it. Thanks. Yeah, no, perfect. Make a ton of cash, leave it alone. We've actually got a really good game that we're actually sort of working on. Sort of. I'm doing the design, he's doing the business. And that's all good, and we're trying to get some funding, but that's a completely different conversation, and it won't happen. It won't happen because unless you've got, your video game startup, right, that you're thinking of, right, it doesn't matter who you are, unless you're Kylie. If Kylie wants to make a video game, Kylie would get a video game made. No flipping problem. Beyonce, same deal. Ryan Reynolds, same thing, right? Despite the fact they've got no experience in the video games industry and no discernible talent for video games. Doesn't matter. If they want one, they can have it. Someone will sign up for it. Anyway, you, as Joe Q Nobody, who goes, I've got a great idea for a game. Sadly, you and everybody else. Having the idea is the easy bit. Doing the work is the difficult bit. And this is the interesting thing. Vibe coding, if you've not come across it, is something that people are doing with the AIs at the moment, because the AIs are a moderately mediocre programmer and can knock out a thing based on your brief. You may have to brief the same thing a bunch of times in order to get the result you want, but that's no difference to working with any creative agency. That's good. That was good. That was actually better than I thought it was going to be. I went, oh, very good, brilliant piece of satire. It popped into my head. I went, I'll have that. Thanks very much. And I say it out loud, and then overclaim it. Always overclaim bad jokes, particularly when they're good. What now? Oh, yeah, whatever. Having the idea is the, and then you went vibe coding, right? Having the idea is the easy bit, right? And then now that you've got vibe coding as a thing, what strikes me most of all, because I've looked at a good dozen or two vibe coded games, the games are rubbish, right? And I'm not talking about on a code basis. They're a little bit basic because of the code bases going in, of the code stuff going in there. But the people making it clearly didn't have a very good idea in the first place, which makes you go, well, why is this your magnum opus of gaming entertainment? Oh no, this is just something basic I did to start with. Well, why not start with something that's a little bit more fun? Right? You know? Right? So there you go. So there's that. Yeah, I've yet to say, this is the problem with a lot of AI art. Don't worry about the terminology. You can argue the terminology if you wish. Is the people who are making it clearly didn't have a very good creative idea in the first place. And so the AI machinery kicking out a piece of old guff afterwards, you're going to go, that's AI. And you go, yeah, it was. And it has no redeeming features. They didn't have a good enough idea in the first place. I go looking for people who are doing interesting, creative things with AI. And the reason that I do that is because it's a really good way of letting you know what the robot is capable of. Because these are people who are pushing the creative envelope, and it without exception. This is the same as Photoshop has rendered photographers pointless. Afraid not. No, because photographers, what I'm equating is the quality of the work. Put aside all the other things. A good photographer still has value. And you'll look at me and go like, well, yes. And I go, yep, but that's the point, right? iPhone cameras haven't turned everyone into being a brilliant photographer. Photoshop hasn't turned everyone into a brilliant photographer. Sure, you can create some nice effects with it. Filter, render, lens flare. Brilliant. But no. Yeah, no. It's an EA story. I think this was FIFA 2003. I was part of the. I was making the website for FIFA 2003, and it's not a particularly good website. Don't get overexcited. But we had the key art through. What's key art? If you've never come across it before, the key art. Imagine the picture on the box without all of the box gubbins going on there, right? So without the title and the age rating and all of that kind of stuff. It's literally the art that sits behind the rest of the pack business. And it had come from an agency, and it was kind of their first pass to give us an idea of the style and tone that they were working towards, so that we could develop something that followed the same style and tone. And obviously, because I used Photoshop day and night, what was incredibly obvious was that they'd got some fairly sloppy render of a footballer going on there. This was only a kind of a mock-up of the general idea, that they'd put in a dark stadium. And then they'd done like fake floodlights in the background and an obvious default setting of filter, render, lens flare, and under the that was the year where the tagline was "Be the 12th." Don't know if you remember it or not. It was that was the tagline for FIFA one year, and it said "Be the 12th." And so I immediately, in about 30 seconds, I did an alternate mock-up that said filter, render, lens flare underneath, and I put 57 lens flares all over it. It was very funny, and everyone laughed, and then clapped. There you go. That's a heartwarming story you'll be able to tell your grandchildren. Yeah. No, not a whisper. Not even a. No. The crowd are not into it. I think the story was too long and the payoff was too weak, and arguably by mentioning it, by pointing, I don't think there's enough people who've used Photoshop enough to appreciate it, and that's a pity. Yeah, you all use GIMP. See, that's funny. That's funny as well. You see, but again, not enough. I've got the wrong crowd. I should be on some kind of creativity channel. Is that not what your channel is? Why are you climbing up the back of my chair, Jeff? Stop it. Good, right. Master Rab has chucked a fiver in a bucket. Loving the video store content. Don't call it content, Master Rab. Now, I mean, obviously, I don't recognise your name. I'll finish your comment in a moment. Don't call it content, please. Please don't call it content. You see, you hear the giggling. See, look at this flipping idiot. This is what I have to contend with these days. He can't be bothered jumping up anymore. Now, instead, he's clawing up like flipping Spider-Man. Yeah, it's not content. Call it anything else, right? Call in, that video stuff you're doing, that's all right. Great, perfect. I love the content. Get out. Don't call it content. Other channels may call it content. It's Videotronic Entertainment, as well, you know. Yeah. There can't possibly be anybody else in here who doesn't know that. Don't try and push the aluminium button. I'm not playing. No, get out of my milk, cat. That's medicinal. For crying out loud, you've eaten already. Lie down. Thank you. Right. Also, it's too hot for that. I'm going to yeet you off here in about 5 minutes. What? Yeah, content is a also, Master Rab, thanks for the donation. Now I'm going to give you a bollocking. You were going to ask what I think of the trend of adding AI to everyone's phones. I think it's stupid. I think fundamentally AI in everything is stupid, and it's not a good idea at all. I am pro AI, but I think it's stupid. I think that there is some great value to be had from it, especially in, we're going to come away from this current AI trend and it's not going to nick everyone's jobs. The reason I say that is because if it was going to, it would have done by now. And there's plenty of indication that an awful lot of companies that went like, oh, we're sacking you all because we're going to get AI to do all the jobs. They've tried it, and AI can't do any of the jobs. But I think it's going to have significant lasting value as a creative sidekick. I think it democratizes creativity significantly. It is going to disrupt the creative industry for people that make non-creative stuff, right? If you're making buttons for a website, you're making a poster for your local scout group, those weren't jobs that ever really existed in the first place, right? But what they're meaning is it will uplift the amount of work that creative people or people who need a bit of creativity can do. The amount of stuff, the amount of posters for it's Friday night and we're playing electric football, which if you don't know electric football, otherwise known as buzzball, yeah, that group has really embraced AI for making posters. They all look exactly the same. They all lack any level of actual creativity, but at least it's neat. It's in the same way as Word allowed everybody to create a poster that they could pin next to the kettle in the office to tell people off for leaving a spoon in the sugar. In Comic Sans, right? It's the same thing. It's just the next evolution of that. People who are genuinely creative will do creative things with it. Those who are not creative particularly or haven't got an original idea to work with will find that they're quite happy with the fairly generic output that they get as a result of it, and as a result will be bombarded by mundane looking stuff. It's word art, but more swanky than that. But as far as it doing anything else, LLM's stalled out. They're very good. They are very, very good. They're getting better all the time. The expansion of memory is a really big deal for making them be all they can be. But in terms of it doing everything, no. No, they're just not. Because LLMs would have hit a new level by this point. I think agents are certainly interesting, but I think also what's been demonstrating is that agents are dumb as a sack of rocks. The number of stories you read about, I gave my AI agent access to my bank account along with my computer and all of my files. Well, it deleted all my files and I'm now a wanted international terrorist. That kind of story is what you're getting, because AI agents are rather dumb as a sack of rocks, or rather the people setting them up are dumb as a sack of rocks. And there you go, there's that. So, right, now, don't call it content. Why not call it? The AI poster for Friday Night Electric Football is content. It is unthinking. Content came about as a catch-all description because the corporate powers that be needed a catch-all, a vanilla statement of what is this stuff. What are they? If you call them videos, well, that's describing the medium. It wouldn't necessarily be videos. But if calling your own output, whatever that may be, if you call it content, then you've not thought about what it is that you're making. And it should mean more to you than it just being, I'm just making some content. Oh, are you? Oh, that sounds high quality. That sounds something. Hey, would you like to see my latest content? No. No, I wouldn't. I've no interest in seeing your latest content, or any of your content, latest or otherwise. Come back to me when you've learned not to call it. I almost tripped myself up on swearing there, and I paused because I went like, you can't say that, and part of my brain goes, if ever you were going to, now would be okay. And people would be, oh, he really feels quite strongly about this, because he's used language that he doesn't usually use. Right. So there you go. That's why that one took a little while to get through. So yeah, don't call it content. Call it anything you like other than that. Call it, I make a whole bunch of cheesy videos. Brilliant. Because that shows what it is. That means you've got some thought into what is it that I'm actually making here. I've spent a whole chunk of my career over almost 30 years. Okay, I'm a couple of years short, but I'm rounding up. I'm past 25 years, so I'm now able to call it nearly 30 years. Nearly 30 years of this, of doing, of fighting the use of corporate language bleeding out into the public conscious. There are some descriptors that should only be used within a corporate setting, because it dehumanizes what it is that you are making to the point of it no longer feels like something you care about. No one really got the memo, sadly. DLC is the one that I always bring up. Downloadable content. Well, gee whiz. Tell me when to be thrilled. Up to that point, yes, they were larger, but they were called expansion packs. Now that's at least descriptive of what it does. It's not a description of how you get it, right? It utterly destroys what should be something that people are really interested in and really care about and really, really want. Dovetail took it to heart when I had that conversation with them when they were early doors, which is why all of their stuff is called add-ons. This is maybe a couple of years after they got started. I said, why not go for add-ons instead of anything else, because it adds on to what you've got. Now, obviously, with the amount of stuff that they've got started. Not DLC as a concept. Conceptually, DLC, no problem with it, right? It should be the most exciting thing in the world when it first came out. This is a way whereby your favourite game can be extended and built on with no end in sight. Constantly brought up to date, constantly adding additional features and making rich. That's what it should be. Right? That's what it should have been. Didn't turn out that way. It does have an evil twin DLC, and that's MTX. Microtransactions. And you kind of go, I want to stab you. I want to stab whoever said, because as internal business language, okay. The problem is that people who are not accustomed to talking to the public, to talking to gamers, they use language from internal, external. It's like, for example, don't call them customers. And you sure as hell don't call them consumers. Dear God, what's the matter with you? They're gamers. Right? That's how they describe themselves. Do you know when they describe themselves as customers? When they're pissed off.
Got a complaint. Yeah.
When they're pissed off with you, they'll call themselves, we are your customers. We should be treated better. Except, of course, you're not. The customers are the shops. You are consumers. Welcome to capitalism. Everything you hate about all this stuff, incidentally, welcome to capitalism. But yeah, people who didn't think about what they were saying and how it would be received and how important this stuff is to the people who end up using it would use language that was only going to make them sad. Gamers, that is. Make gamers sad. I pay your wages. You really don't. You pay my wages for approximately 32 minutes. So which day would you like? There's a fair shake of that. Yeah, no. So you know what I've always tried to do is I try and go. They're gamers. They really, really care about this stuff. And sometimes you will have to make decisions that they don't like. And that's okay. Because if your game is good, then it won't matter. If your game is good. If your game isn't good and you're making decisions that they don't like, then there's nothing you can do. And sometimes you'll make a decision that they don't like and they will genuinely not turn up and play it because they don't like the decision, and it doesn't matter how good your game is. That's a decision too far, and you know what? That's their right. They have the right to boycott if they want to, and that's gamers for you. But you can make them so much happier by simply using language that doesn't dehumanize them and their passion for their hobby, that doesn't just turn them into a column on a bloody spreadsheet. Capitalism, friends, capitalism. It's what allows us to do all this great stuff, but at the same time it's what ruins all this great stuff. Dun, 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 dun. You have a right as a gamer since when? Since always. You know what your right as a gamer is? To not play something, to not buy it. There you go. That's your right. Right? You can walk anytime you like. You have all of the voting power you're ever going to need because you can opt out. I mean, gaming's not a right. You're not entitled to anything other than to not partake, to walk away from it, to go, nope, I opt out. Mitch says, I worked in a corporate restaurant environment for 6 months. It was awful. They insisted we refer to customers as guests and treat them as such. Yeah, no, guess. But a very similar, very good example there, Mitch. When I At some point in the late 2000s, the rail service in the United Kingdom decided to stop calling us passengers and started calling us customers. And I spotted it at the time and I just went, no, I'm a passenger. I'm not a bloody customer. I'm a passenger. Language matters. It's so important. And it really does matter. Because it tells people what you think of them. Or if you think of them. And that's, coming back full circle, that's my problem with content. Content doesn't show that you don't care about what it is that you're doing. It shows you don't care about describing what it is that you're doing. It's not important enough for you to have thought about how do I describe this stuff. I make stupid videos on the internet about games. I make vaguely half-assed videos about games. There you go. That's it. Because not only is that a better description of what I do, but it's also, that's a knowing something or other. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, good. So, so I've been fighting against that for my entire career, and I lost, obviously. But the other one, which, oh dear God, nobody thinks, it feels like I'm taking crazy pills. Influencers. Oh, for the love of God. Now, obviously, influencers get their names because they're influential. I'm a bloody influencer. I would never describe myself as such unless I was taking the piss out of influencers. I'd never do it. Or because it would be the only way to describe what it is I was doing in a way that people could understand, or that someone could understand. I might say I'm a YouTuber. I might say I make video game videos. I'd probably say YouTuber. People kind of know what that is these days, but never influencer, for crying out loud. What's an influencer? It's a person who influences other people, the people who watch their content, and can therefore be persuaded into buying something. Oh, I see. Yeah, they're corporate head. They're nothing. They're pay them some money and they'll say whatever you like. Oh, all right then. Oh, good. Yeah. But the second they started being called influencers, I mean, because it's the public response as well. The people who are not influencers, regular people, real people out there, not shills. Shills is slightly different. Shills is commonly used. Yeah, I know. It's commonly used, but it's unthinkingly used. Shills are the if I had someone in the chat right now going, gosh, you know what? We should probably put £2 into the tip bucket about now. I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to put you can't get this level of high quality nonsense anywhere else. I'm going to put £2 in the tip bucket right now. Anybody else with me? Why don't you come with me as well, right? Yeah, I think we should all. You know what? Not even £2. I'm going to put £2,000 into the tip bucket right about now, because this is the kind of thought-provoking stuff that everyone should be more aware of, and we really want to support it and make sure it keeps going. That's a shill. It's a fifth columnist who pretends to be regular, but in actuality is trying to persuade you into something that they don't believe. They are being paid to do it, and there are very, very few actual shills on platforms that are not TikTok and Instagram, but even they have to declare their commercial interest. They have to say that this is a sponsored video. Yeah, you'll get some people who go like, "Oh, I was sent this brilliant pair of knackers from whatnot, and I've been using it for the past week, and I think it's superb. And furthermore, I've not had to use their insert rival organisation here for the whole time I've been using it. I've never encountered a protein bar that has so few calories and makes me feel so enriched at the end of it. I've lost almost no pounds since I've been on these protein. If you use my creator code of just buy it, then you can get 5% off your 6 yearly subscription today, and only today. First 1,000 people to do it, and I really believe in the money they're putting in this product and or service. Then I think it's it seems to have worked. I got £2. Brilliant. Thank you. And again, that's only $1.99, but it counts. Nice one, Bradley and PayTO1. Rusty's pressed the wrong button, Rusty. He's been a member of the Fail Brigade for 66 long months, though, so that really does count. Those are shills. I played it and I liked it. Usually not, because in more cases than not, we pay them before they've made the video. Right? And it's as simple as that. And we always say, you can say whatever you like. We don't want any editorial control. Hold on. Technocardy stuck £2 in the bucket. Flipping winning strategy. Love it. I'll have to come up with another one for next week. Otherwise, you'll see through it. I've got to stay nimble. I've got to keep my marketing approach unpredictable. Thank you. I realise Mad Cat's chucked £2 in the bucket. Brilliant. I made it a bit. And you're all going, I'll do it for the bit. Thanks, folks. Julius has chucked £2 in the bucket. God bless you. Yeah. You're all going, yep, I'm doing it. I'm doing the bit. Bjorn has chucked 25 crowns, £2 in the bucket. It's about £2.5. Norwegian crowns in the bucket. Gecko slung £2 in the bucket. Thank you. All I have to do is take the piss out of influencers, and you're all immediately influenced. Irony. This is art. What we're doing here. Oh, you're all so meta modern. Jolly good show. Obviously, both I and YouTube, who take a cut of all of this stuff, are the beneficiaries here. They're delighted. I'm delighted. We're all delighted. Delightful. Where were you going with this? No, I don't know. I was saying, no, in the games industry, you don't have editorial control. The only ones who do tend to be the shady ass games you'd never play in the first place. Some horrendous pay for another 2 minutes of access to the high-powered level up system if you give us another £5 worth of virtual currency that you can't convert in your head. Merlin Kernow's chucked £2 in the bucket. I don't know where that came from. Magic. James Phillips has also fallen foul of my entirely spontaneous bit of rantage about shilling. Jeff, get out of my milk. Get your own. Well, you can't. You haven't got opposable thumbs, and you can't reach that level of the fridge. Ha ha ha! That's why I still have milk. Otherwise, you drink it all. Yeah. I tell you what he likes even more than milk, and that is all of the water and goo out of a fresh packet of chicken that I'm cooking my tea in. He kind of goes, no, all of that chickeny slime that's left in the packet, gimme. That's the best. So I let him have it. Jason slung 2 Canadian bucks in the bucket. That counts. And Centre Sparta has slung £2 and a penny into the bucket.
Every penny counts.
Every penny counts. Think of the children. Not mine, obviously. They're all fine. But think of some children, and to make you think that those children are happy, £2 or cover it. There you go. That's me. I'm happy to oblige you feeling better about life because you're thinking of the children. You're very welcome.
I think
There you
we've
are.
finished mowing if you want to flog the mowers and buy a combine.
No. We're keeping all of the equipment we own
just
because
for
it all has
display.
incredible sentimental value. We've had many merry adventures with this kit, and therefore I don't know why I'm chopping up an entire tree. Oh, I've diced it. That could go on the top of a pizza. Yeah. So that's to cut a short story long. That's why you don't call it content. Yeah, I can't guarantee that the lecture will be quite as long every time, but history rather dictates it probably will be. Yeah, the content button, and it only counts, regulars. I know who you are. It only counts if I know you haven't seen it before. Like the aluminium. You keep pressing the aluminium button, you keep pressing it, it's not going to happen. Because I know you've seen it before. At least twice. Yeah, there you are. This is the point at which you want someone whose name I don't recognise in the chat to go, what's the aluminium thing? Could someone tell me? He's not going to do it. Oh no. Yeah, but they're not though, are they? No. See? Yeah, so you're going to miss out. And also, I reckon I can do it pretty short. Can we look forward to you playing Transport Fever 3 at anytime soon? Soon? Depends on your definition. In the opening of my my tutorial for community managers in the games industry, is a slide titled "Time," and the word "soon," it has a. I know you know it already, Gecko. Come on, I mean that's not even trying. Is the word "soon" because time moves at different speeds depending on who you are. If you are a gamer, soon means next week. If you are in publishing, soon means about a month from now. If you are a developer, soon means some point in the next 6 months. And therefore you have to be awfully careful about how you make use of it. If it's something they want, then soon is shorter than you're expecting. If it's something they don't want, then that's rule 8. Incidentally, everything is black and white. And also rule 1, which is never give dates. This is not why in my current role I am not giving dates. Mostly. The reason you don't give dates is because it is the most powerful piece of information there is, because it is the most useful piece of information. It is also the most unreliable piece of information. A date can change for any reason. It could simply be that the bloke whose job it is... No, let's be more modern. The person whose job it is to press the button that makes it go live has a cold that morning and doesn't come into work. So it's a day later. Well, unfortunately, that means you lied. Right? Yeah, no. I mean, it doesn't matter that you didn't do it intentionally, or that through no fault of our own, we can't do it today. You lied. I booked a day off work in order to do it today, and now it's not happening today. You could have told me yesterday that it wasn't going to happen today. They weren't ill yesterday. It was all looking like it was going to plan, and they're the only ones who've got a secret flipping password, for crying out loud. Sometimes the unforeseen happens. So never give dates. They're almost certainly going to be wrong. They're the information you're most going to want to give because it shuts people up. When you've told them the thing they want to know, they leave you alone for a bit. That's rule number... Which one is that? Oh, that's rule 3. That one is rule 3. Yeah. If you say you'll do something, do it. Yeah. And the first kind of subline in there is you can't make them go away. They will be back. That thing you said that made them go away, they remember that thing. And if you haven't followed through on it, they are going to cook you and eat you a lot. What's the best way to ask questions about the games? Reddit's pretty good. I can answer any question that I have answered somewhere else. So I don't mind you asking the question, but but if I haven't answered it before, I won't be able to answer it here. But if I've answered it somewhere else, I can answer it here.
Are you allowed to play it after it's released?
What?
Are you allowed to play it? Is it, you know?
Am I allowed to play it? Yeah.
And stream it, you know, and make videos.
The rules regarding the how and the when and the why and the wherefore and the rest of it, not decided yet. It will come down to what is going to be the most effective approach for the game, and it might be, you know, I do some streaming on Urban Games channel, I do some on my channel, because that way there is a recognisable difference in tone of voice and a difference in approach. So if you want it played seriously, you watch it over there. If you want it played with the same level of fun that I put into it, I make it fun. I've sold so many copies of that game by making it look fun. Yeah. And have I had a kickback? Well, they have given you a job. I suppose I guess. Yeah, I mean, you could call that a kickback. There you go. What are the rules in order? Can I remember the rules in order? I probably can't. I'm most likely to get stuck around the teens, because there are a few that are sort of similar. Anyway, rule 1, never give dates. Rule 2, speak their language. That's content. That's consumers, right? You covered rule 2. You had a big fat lesson in rule 2. Rule 3 is speak their language. No, that was rule 2. Rule 3 is if you say you'll do something, do it. What's rule 4? Ooh. I don't invoke rule 4 very often, but all the early ones are good. What the hell is rule 4? What the hell is rule 4? Rule 5 is everything is black and white. Rule 6, I don't know, rule 6 is off. I haven't given the tutorial in a little while. I haven't given the training in a little while. I could look it up. Ooh. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Is it cardio? It's not cardio. Good Zombieland reference. You can tell from the originals, the original Zombieland movie, that it was originally intended to be a TV series. Because they've got running material in there, right? Like the rules means that new rules could be introduced every single week as part of the series. Zombie Kill of the Week, that's a dead giveaway. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, very good movie. I enjoyed the sequel as well. Yeah, I'm looking them up because I have to know. Yeah. Oh, rule 8 is no favourites. Yeah, because I use that one a lot. Where do you keep it? I keep it in here. You're not broadcasting this, are you? I'm not. Okay, good. Probably here. Yeah, it's in there. Look. Oh, so it is. Yeah. It's that. Yeah, it is that. It's that. Oh, look at this. It's a swanky presentation, this one. I'm not going to show you it because it's got my contact details at the bottom. And I don't want you people contacting me. You're allowed to chat to me on the internet, but the rest of it, stay away from me. You bunch of weirdos. Right. Intro. This is a swanky presentation. It really is. I might do this at some point. Right, okay. Rule 1, never give dates. Yeah, I knew that. Rule 2, speak their language. Yeah, I knew that as well. Rule 3 is not if you say, that's rule 4. That's why I got mistaken. Rule 3, stay calm. It's pretty important. Yeah, stay calm. Remain calm. If you find you're not calm, walk away from the keyboard. No, we're still not. If you say you'll do so, this, I think that's rule 4. But rule 4, don't expect enthusiasm. Brilliant. Great rule. Rule 5, you will be quoted. This is a banger. Oh, this is great. This is really great stuff. Oh, when I give this is community manager training, right? When I give this to other community managers and I say like, look, you will know all these rules already, but what you might not have is them written down. What you might not have, every time you see one, you'll go flipping, yes, yeah. So rule 5, you will be quoted. Rule 6, if you say you'll do something, do it. You see, that's why I put it in the wrong place, and that's what threw me off. You can't make them go away. No. Rule 7, if you can't support something, don't do it. Fantastic rule. This is the don't run a competition for the love of God. Just don't do it. Don't do it. It is better not to have it in the first place than it be broken or it fails for some reason or whatever. Better just not to have it in the first place. Oh, it's a shame it hasn't got that. It's like having a multiplayer game where the server lags all the time. Right? Yeah. Right? Yeah. Right? Yes. Yeah. Rule 8 is everything is black and white. That's very important. This is about not using words like maybe, possibly, could do, because they will be interpreted in the way the recipient wants. If I said, we might be able to do that, what the person receiving that, if this is what they want, will say, great, they're going to do it. You have to be very, very clear in terms of uncertainty. Rule 9 is no favourites. Yes. Rule 10 is an interesting one because I think it's almost outdated. I sort of need to write it. The original version is CM equals PR. Now, that is not... So community management is public relations, but it's not in the sense that you think. It's more in the sense of it's a discipline that should be respected in the same way that a PR person whose job historically was to speak to the press, right? And all too often people are just talking willy-nilly on the internet without anybody who actually understands the risks of speaking on the internet. That's how old these rules are. Because now everybody has a flipping Twitter account and just says whatever they reckon whenever they feel like it. So that's kind of outdated. Rule 11 is fame and glory. Woo-hoo! People will do anything to be a ringleader, to be famous, to get a response out of you. It's facts. Rule 12, they are experts. It's very important. While at the same time, rule 13, don't argue with them. Yep. Because the second point in that is you're not paid to win. Winning is not important. You don't need to win. You need to... Don't bother arguing with them. And also, if you go back and forth arguing with one person for your entire week, spending an hour a day trying to bend them to your will, trying to make them see sense, congratulations, you've won over one person. Well done. if you present the facts, even if they are the facts as you've been handed them, then you've done your job. Rule 15, you won't win them over one at a time. You're playing to an audience, and that's about the person you are talking to at the moment is not the only person you are talking to at the moment. You are talking to that person plus everybody who then reads what has been written there. And then don't become one of them. And that's all important. It's absolutely vital, because if you are in a hostile environment, whatever you've done, the people who are part of your community, they get all excited in a very negative way, and they all start yelling at you. And it's your job to stand in front of them and be yelled at, because the messenger is always shot. Right? Always, 100% of the time. Don't shoot the messenger. No, they're going to kill you. They're going to shoot you, and then they're going to tie you up. They're going to tie you to a stick and set you on fire, and then do it again just for the fun of it. Because who else are they supposed to yell at? It's the job. The job is you are the one they yell at, and it is your job to make sure that that yelling is properly communicated within the company. The thing is, if that yelling goes on for a while, you start yelling at everyone inside the company. I've seen it happen. I have done it myself. You lose all perspective and you start to sound like them. And that's the point at which you need a break. Because sometimes things can't be fixed. Sometimes things can't be fixed. I worked on a game at EA that released a patch that wasn't ideal. It wasn't great. It kind of screwed up the balance. I'm not going to tell you what the game was, because at this point it doesn't matter. But this is more for, like, I'm delivering this anecdote from personal experience rather than anything else. And the team who had worked on that patch were let go, and they'd encrypted their work, and it couldn't be fixed, not without re-engineering a massive part of the game. The community were going absolutely nuts, and the only answer I could get out of the producer on that game, because I'm not part of studio, I'm part of publishing, so the only answer I could get that I was allowed to give, because a lot of the times you kind of go, I want to give this answer, it's not going to do any harm, but you've got to convince people that, okay, you can give that answer. I've been lucky in my career that I've worked at quite a few places. Dovetail, for example, they said, you know exactly what you're doing. You know exactly what you should and you shouldn't say. You're never going to paint us in a bad light. You're never going to paint our partners in a negative light. Go off and get the job done. And sometimes it takes a little while before people will let you do that. But in other places, to be fair, I'd worked with all of the kind of leadership team at Dovetail. I'd worked with them before. And so they already knew what I did. I said, like, look, I'm not going to make them happy, but I'll make them less angry. Because why would they be happy? In order for them to be happy, you've got to deliver a better game. You're going to deliver as good a game as you can deliver. But there are people here for whom it's never quite going to be good enough. So, and therefore, like, don't expect them to be happy, but I can make them less angry. I can make them a little bit more receptive to a conversation, rather than just screaming at you all day, by which I mean screaming at me all day. But you've got to give me enough rope to be able to do that. You've got to give me enough things that I'm allowed to talk about in order to be able to make a noticeable difference. And sometimes if you haven't got that rope, you can't do anything. And anything you say is just going to make it worse. So you don't say anything. So yeah, so you've got to avoid becoming one of them, and sometimes it can spill over. I'm so angry all the time that no one would know the difference. So there's that. And then the last one, rule 17 is, because there's only 17 rules, there only needs to be, is always manage expectations. And that's kind of the overriding rule, is if you set people's expectations correctly, you'll usually be all right. You'll usually be all right. There will be people who are unhappy. There will be people who are happy. There will be people in the middle. Those who need convincing. Those who could never be convinced. And that's fine. That's people. And that's normal and fine. And therefore, you do your job and see what happens. Right, I'm going to turn this stump roper over to someone else. Oh, I'm almost up to my 4 hour. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I can stop doing this. I can go and watch the highlights. Presumably England have either won or lost by this point. You remember World War II Online, the big patch after the horrifying state of the game at release. Community manager said he had an update. He'd had an update after he had his sandwich for lunch. 4 hours later, you were talking about what a heck of a sandwich it must have been. Yeah, that's never give dates. And also, he didn't have an update. He was saying that he had an update and didn't have one. He was hoping to get one. Oh, boy. Many thanks for the rules. I've thought about doing my entire community manager training course as one of those digital multi-part video courses that you charge a bit for, like 20 quid or something. And several people several marketing companies have come to me and said, like, we'd love to do a thing where you train people on how to do the thing and we'll take a cut. My brother's just done one for sailing. Sailing catamaran specifically. And he goes, like, I recorded like 200 videos for this flipping thing. And I goes, it's successful. He goes, yeah, it really is. He goes, I'm doing very, very well out of it. So I might do one. Yeah. No, what you don't get is you get the headline, right? But you don't get all of the supporting, this is why it's important, and this is how you can work with it, and this is how you blah, 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 right? But that's where it becomes valuable. When I do it when I've done it for, I think I've given this particular training at at least a dozen different individual companies, and quite a few of them, get your own milk, have sent their community team along anyway. This guy's been doing it for ages. It'd be really interesting to see if you think it's any good. And they all come out going, yeah, it's really good. Yeah, it's great. Because the first thing I go is like, I know who you are, and I'm not going to teach you anything you don't already know, but you might not have got a name for it. And so when I do it in those situations, there's always the telling of war stories. When I'm hiring a community manager who's worked on community somewhere else, I always go like, what's the worst you've ever had? And they'll always have a belter. They'll always have an absolute belter, and it'll be like someone somewhere screwed up and I had to deal with it, and it was 72 hours straight of non-stop it's being screamed at, right, by tens of thousands of players, being screamed at, and you just kind of go, because it's your job to sit there and just take it. And just kind of go, yeah, okay, yeah, I get it. Right, okay, how are we looking? We are looking pretty good. Jeffy, oh, Christ's sake, cat. Take the hint, cat. Winds me up. Yeah, I don't have to stay calm with the cat, no. Yeah, I know, yeah, you can look sheepish, but I can see you pillock. the ploughing is occurring. After the ploughing, there will be a trip. You're seeing a lack of wheat. Yeah, I know we haven't planted the wheat yet. We had a lot to do and a lot of lag. An awful lot of lag and an awful lot to do. But Pink's getting in there. Are you planting, Pink, or are you just ploughing? You're just ploughing. That's a plough. Okay, fine.
Yeah, I'm getting to see this one use.
Yeah. I'm going to ride on the plough. No, I'm not. Okay. Yeah, so we got all of that. Everything is being ploughed under. I wonder if the map will give us a kind of progress update. I don't think it's showing the ploughed areas yet. No. But we've got quite a lot of ploughing to do. Right. Last thing we're going to do today. I am going to select the make and model of combine harvester we shall be using. And Daz will tell me it's the wrong one. And then I'll possibly reconsider. But I probably won't, because I'll probably have confidence enough not to need to. And Daz won't change my mind, even though he's the encyclopedia. Right then, we want to be able to harvest, seriously kids, tooltips, right? Is that wheat? Yeah, probably. That's probably barley. What's that then? Someone else? Oats. All right, what's that? Mustard seed. This one? Yellow peas. Right, that one. Thistles where the flower's already gone. And this one, droopy. Right, okay then. But we're pretty sure that one's wheat. We're fairly certain that first one's wheat. I think the fat Massey header talks about range, 7.6 metres. Hold on, there's plenty to do. Now let's go and look at the machines first and then see what header fits to it. All right. Harvesters. There'll be fewer harvesters than there are headers, presumably. What colour should we have? I think it's going to be yellow, maybe green. I don't think this is a Massey moment. Yeah. Needs to be grunty, but we are going to run multiple. Now, you've got 3 here, which I reckon are all knockoffs of each other. Just with a different sticky label on the front. Oh, for crying out loud. Yeah. Right, okay. We could have a class. No Caterpillar tracks. Okay, right, okay. Well, then you've got the cheaper class at 400 grand. 400 grand. That seems reasonable. We could have 3. Yeah. Or we got the case 2. The case 2. And then you're down into New Holland. Well, what's the biggest swoop this yellow peril can have on the front of it? I want combinations. It used to give you combinations, you know, from this menu. You can still get them. In the previous game, you could get combinations from the previous menu. You have to do it here. The Superflex 25 foot. That's not enough foot. 7.5 metre. All right, 8.5 metre. Different crops. Okay, this one, don't. Fine. 8.5 metres. 10 kilometres per hour. That's pretty slow. It is quite slow. But we do have some fairly tight corners on these fields. Anyway, that's the Very Feed 28 foot, which will fit on the front of that New Holland. Yeah. It's yellow. It is yellow. All right, okay. Well, let's have a look at the class that I was considering. Yeah, you're going to have to go back and go to combinations. All right. Same. Oh, no, hold on. Big fat header options. That's a different crop. That's only sunflowers. And that's only thistles. But you can have the Convio Flex 1380, which is an absolute beefcake, 13.8 metres. And the Convio Flex 1080, which is 10 metres, 80 centimetres. That's quite big. Do you think everyone's going to yell at you if you go with the 8.5 metre? Well, they can if they like, but it's not like I'll care. Well, the case 2, right. No, you've got to back up and go combinations. What can you have? Well, we've got our own variations, because of course they do. They're only the same swoop as the New Holland.
What about the blingy gold New Holland?
Which one?
The goldy coloured one, the blingy one right at the bottom.
For £750,000?
Yeah.
Is that's a pimp my harvester approach? Well, let's have a look at the headers, so we know what we're talking about. 15.2 meters. Crumbs.
Yeah.
That's if
It
you
used to be one
That's
that
if
had
you're
wheels
working
on it.
one field that is fundamentally a rectangle. We are not. I'm buying 3. We're going to buy 3 of them. I might not be able to afford them all right now, but we're going to have 3.
Well, speaking of cash, there's 240 bales to sell.
Yeah.
It's more than that.
Yeah, so that's going to be what? Another
Oh, so that's
300
silage
grand,
already
something like
now.
that? No, nowhere near that much. But it's going to be more money. Yeah.
You also may want to consider header trailers too.
No, you see, if you've got a small header, you just bang it on and drive it around like you own the place. Don't bother with any of
Well,
that
also
trailer
headers
rubbish.
turning
And besides, we can stick it on the back of the flatbed truck trailer, stick Pink on the back of that in his forklift truck, and he can come and do a bit of manual fitting.
Only the really, really big ones are built in.
Yeah, some of them have got wheels on them.
Yeah, but that's the really, really big ones. So.
The big gold one that would go with that.
Yeah,
gold.
they're good.
All right, this class is cheaper if it's got an 8.5 meter header available. It does not. Well, then we're not buying it. What about this Fendt? That's only 16 grand cheaper. It's barely worth it. Go for the New. Anyone got any objections to New Holland as a brand? Are they war criminals or something? Not that we know of.
But I know.
Not that we know of.
Not that we know of. Right. Then I'm going in. I'm getting involved. It's happening. Customize. Just wheel brand then. Great. Yeah. Anyone got a wheel brand they like? Do we have any fans of Vredestein or Vriedstein? That's rubbish. What about Trelleborg? Michelin? Continental?
Ooh, Continental.
Mitas. I thought they made footballs. That's your lot. What do we want? What are we into?
I like Michelin.
Anyone?
Continentals.
Bang some Continentals
I like
on
Michelin.
it.
Why has a load of bales been put out here?
Oh,
They're
yeah.
silage.
Oh,
Right?
yeah.
It's like 240 silage to sell.
I mean, they're ready.
Ooh,
Yeah, they're ready.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Tractor. Okay, good. Right, yeah. But I want to make sure I get the right header. Oh, yeah. All right, we got this.
hang
We're
on,
going to
guys.
bang Contis on it. Shame
I've
we
got an
can't
idea.
paint it, but
You can
that's
mix
life.
match the headers, can't you? So you could just get a
Bye.
random header.
Yeah, they tend not to look good when you do attach, and some of them do have proprietary attachment points.
Can you guys, if you guys put the back of that trailer down, I think I could back this onto it. That
Yeah,
would
you
save you
could.
having to
Yeah, you
do them
can.
more manually. It might be a bit messy, but it might work.
Boom,
Yeah, it will.
shakalaka. Right, and now I'm going to demonstrate you can drive it around like you own it. Oh, my truck appears to have turned up, finally. It's just been abandoned in the middle of a pigging field, and I bet it's only moved here because someone goes, oh, I'm going to plough over there. Let's get this pickup truck out of the way that he was looking for
I
earlier.
was in the middle of loading a container at the shop, and then somebody dropped a combine and a header on my head.
You are welcome. Leave it alone. I'm coming to get it.
You could do on that.
It's completely blocked me in. I can't move without moving either one of those.
What? Found the laggy bit. Right, okay. We're still go. We're still go. We're still go. Daz already stole it. Very good. Very good. Gone. Oh, Oh, look at that. I'll have that. That looks fun.
Right,
Terrific.
Yeah, that looks fun. Yoink.
Shiny thing.
You've lined up
Okay.
all these vehicles here. I can't get out.
You appear to be in the way. Ah, yes. I look
Oh, wow,
awkward and
that
you can
is-
see up my gusset.
Oh, that is some perfect timing, isn't it?
Yeah, boy.
Just
Does that
change it.
work?
Pulling forward to get that container,
Should
and all of
do.
a sudden it
It
appears.
used to. Why is it not working? Why can't I deploy hose? Deploying hose is the best thing ever. Maybe I've got to turn it on. Turn it on.
Right, let me try this once, guys. See
It's
if it
because it's
works.
Deploy
folded.
hose.
You need to
Maybe you-
unfold the whole
Oh, I've got
first.
one. Maybe I've got to Thunderbirds it first. There you go. Oh, I've got a special hatch. Deploy the hose. Yes. Oh yeah. Oh, this is what's going to be life. All right, put it all away again. All right. Excuse me. I'm just going to go and grab the mangler and stick it on the front. Thunderbirds, please. Thank you. So I've gone with the slightly smaller header, so it's only 8.5 metres instead of the 10 metre plus that we would have been using on a different one, purely because we have got some right awkward. Don't tell me I can't have it. I know it fits. Don't tell me I've got to put it on top of the bloody trailer. That's so stupid. It's a video game, for crying out loud. Just let me attach the bloody thing. The old game let me attach the bloody thing without me sticking it on a trailer. And also, how the hell am I going to stick it on a trailer? Now, oh no, there you go. It fits. You just got to hit it right. Good. Disco lights, you betcha. Oh yeah. Oh, that's like the disco lights out of Aliens. Super. Extra crispy. You now have 14 minutes to reach minimum safe distance. Yeah. Anyway, you've now got 1 week before minimum safe combine harvesting. I've been Colonel Failure. The team have been the team. Say goodbye, team.
Bye, team.
Bye, team.
Yeah.
They know the drill. We'll catch you next week. Hope to see you there, where there's a realistic chance that we'll have planted the wheat. It's a realistic, and if we haven't, then it's going to be a bit of an anticlimax to the series, I would say. So we'll evaluate that when the time comes. Catch you next time. Thanks for watching. Cheerio. Oh, straight into the outro button. Flipping masterpiece.